Chapter 1195. Because of the little catfish Lu Xiaoyi's interference, the competition began to turn white-hot. In short, Heaven's Choice only killed Juzian, but Juzian killed two of Heaven's Choice. How could the master tolerate this? Whether it was killing or being killed, it was all from the hands of the carefree cultivator. This made Qiong Di proud, but it also confused Heaven's Choice. It was said that Juzian's Taoist school was led by Qing Wei Immortal Sect and Yuansha Dongzhen. Why did it seem like the low-key carefree cultivator was the one in the limelight? That human sect was also very good. Although they didn't win all the matches, they were undefeated. It was also a very strange orthodoxy. When Heaven's Choice was serious, the range of cultivators they could choose was much larger than Juzian. This choice was targeted by the Dao realm. After every Juzian cultivator made a move, there would be a large group of Heaven's Choice cultivators secretly rubbing their palms. No one would organize this choice. Even if there were tens of thousands of people, they wouldn't be able to do it. But there were two hard principles. First, one had to have enough wealth. Second, one had to have confidence after comparing the opponent. After cultivating to yuanying, a cultivator's foresight was not small. Self-knowledge was a basic quality of a cultivator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lived until now. Being impulsive might be a momentary pleasure, but they might lose their lives and a large amount of spiritual energy. According to Juzian's standard of choosing only the top elites, only a few among the tens of thousands of Heaven's Choice cultivators dared to step out. After one round, the winner and loser were tied. But in terms of killing, Juzian was slightly better. He was slightly ahead with 4 against 3. This was just the appetizer. In the situation where most of the methods were exposed, the second round would be more difficult. Moreover, each round would be more difficult than the last. Because he didn't have his trump cards, because he was used to being known, and because his characteristics were exposed. This seemed to be very unfair to Juzian. But since they dared to come, they had already expected this. They didn't expect to be tied with Heaven's Choice after 8 or 10 rounds. If the gap between the two sides wasn't obvious after 5 rounds, it would be a victory. Actually, everyone understood the logic behind this. In fact, in the entire competition, the first round was the most obvious. This was because both sides were fighting blindly, without any specific aim. Heaven's Choice wasn't satisfied because they were the hosts. The elites chosen from tens of thousands of people were barely able to fight to a draw, and they were even slightly inferior. This was somewhat unacceptable. The people of Juzian were also dissatisfied because they boasted of being the #1 realm in the universe. Now, they were pulled out and this was it. Both sides gave strict orders and refused to give way to each other. The cruel second round had begun. Among the cultivators of Heaven's Choice, the true experts, those cultivators who were arrogant and didn't care about their status, began to step down one after another. Moreover, because of their will, they all raised their purple purity to 400 strands. Just this one rule alone had stopped countless poor cultivators. There were even 3 Heaven's Chosen cultivators who followed Lu Xiaoyi's example. They first challenged each other and then took the lead. Among them was Bitter Bamboo. His lightning skills were truly unrivaled, and he was invincible. The focus was still on the level of yuanying because it was too difficult to determine life and death in a battle between supremes. If they really wanted to determine life and death, it would take a long time. At this point, Qiong Di already had 3 wins and 1 loss. He had taken the lead twice and challenged twice. This was the self-awareness of supremes. You couldn't force yourself and snatch other people's opportunities. Yu Ting had 2 wins and 2 losses. The wins were all by challenging others because he could choose opponents that were advantageous to him and had an advantage in terms of Dao realm. The losses were all by himself, and there would be Supremes Heaven's Choice who specifically targeted his Dao realm. At the level of Supremes, both sides couldn't break a stalemate. Basically, whoever took the lead would lose and whoever challenged would win. Black Star was ranked ahead of him with 1 win and 3 losses. In fact, this was very in line with the ranking of Taoists in Juzian. However, this guy was a cunning one. Every time he lost, he would be able to survive. This was also a kind of ability. He was much smarter than the dull Hua Yuan. Among the Yuanian cultivators in Juzian, smart people like Blackstar were actually the majority. If they wanted to, they could always find a way to lose and not die. Chong Di's voice sounded. Singaleer, you have to be careful. Don't rashly fight consecutive battles. You have to preserve enough magic power and spirit for the future. Now, both sides' focus is on sniping the cultivators who are fighting consecutive battles. The tens of thousands of cultivators below are just watching the show. In fact, the strength of the positive and negative spaces is basically fixed. Between the two sides, no one has the power to sweep away the other. Now, the face of both sides depends on the 5 of you. We will choose the most suitable disciples to deal with Heaven's Choice and the other 2. Similarly, Heaven's Choice will also use the power of the sect to challenge you and Shong Yuan. Therefore, don't challenge too often. You still have many battles to fight in the future. You have to preserve your strength. The so-called 5 people referred to the 5 people who had won consecutive battles throughout the competition. Among them, 3 were Heaven's Choice and 2 were Juzian. The other was immortal Shong Yuan from the Primeval Cave. He had won 1 battle and 1 victory. His sect was even before Lu Xiaoyi, and he was also very strong. However, Lu Xiaoyi had a very strange feeling. In his heart, he had always felt that the Buddhist forces at the top level should have a role that could not be ignored. However, in this time's positive-negative space competition, the Buddhist forces' ability had not been displayed. In fact, in terms of ability, they were not even as strong as the few people he had met in the Taigu realm. Was this the truth? Or was it that the 1,000 Buddha's ascetic Zen had not used its full strength and was hiding something? If it was intentional, what was the purpose of doing so when the realm was in danger? Of course, the 6 bodhisattvas from the 1,000 Buddha's ascetic Zen were also very capable. If they had to be compared, their performance was above that of the Taoists. However, Lu Xiaoyi felt that their skills were not limited to this. Not a single one of the real top cultivators had appeared. With his long experience in dealing with the Buddhist sects, this was impossible. There must be some consideration. What was it? The battle continued. It was a riot of colors. There were all kinds of orthodoxies, Tao realms, strange skills, and wonderful ideas. The spectators were greatly satisfied and secretly sighed that this trip was not in vain. A true hero would naturally stand out. When the all was in the bag, its edge would naturally be revealed. Lu Xiaoyi listened to Chong Di's advice and did not go up to play to the gallery. With his personality, he would not covet some false reputation in such an occasion. So what if he won? Would it be easier to reach the upper realm? As for seeking a breakthrough in battle, that was even more nonsense. It was just a joke to fool mortals. Therefore, the second round of challenge was also a relatively weak opponent. The other 4 cultivators who had outstanding performances were like him. They all knew that they were likely to be targeted by the other party. How could they casually continue to battle? Consecutive battles were a display of strength. It was enough to prove it once. If one continued to do it endlessly, that would be a square skull. Chapter 1196. Lu Xiaoyi's ranking was towards the back of the middle. When it was his turn, all the cultivators knew that this was going to be a good show. 2 Juzian and Yuaniing experts, 1 swordsman single-eared, 3 battles, and 3 slashes. There were no survivors under his hands. Although the battle didn't look fierce, the result was fierce. A spell cultivator Shong Yuan, 4 battles, 2 slashes, and 2 victories. He was also ridiculously strong, but looking at the results, the one the Heaven's chosen people wanted to take down the most was still that swordsman. The sun god had already passed down a decree, forbidding irrelevant people from going up. Not only would it be a waste of people's purple purity, but it would also be a waste of a precious challenge opportunity. As for who to challenge, it would definitely be decided by the upper echelons of the Heaven's Choice cultivator group. In every round, Lu Xiaoyi and Shong Yuan were both carefully selected. At the very least, in the eyes of these true monarchs, they were the ones most likely to succeed. Juzian single-eared, 800 purple purity. If you have the ability, don't come in. Everyone else was very conservative when it came to spiritual vigor. Only he was an exception. In his opinion, since he was going to fight with his life on the line, what was the point of betting more? Anyway, he was currently very poor. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to earn more, was he going to wait until he went to the void in the future? He hated this kind of meticulous work that tested his patience the most. There was also a very deep reason. He was a person who valued karma very much, even if he didn't know much about karma. Excessive killing would bring him unnecessary karma because his fighting style was to get carried away when he fought. He didn't know how to control his strength. If he really retracted his flying sword, he was afraid that he would be unlucky. There were no good words for cursing and no good fighters for fighting. This was the logic. To a swordsman, going all out was the truth. Therefore, he needed to choose his opponent. What kind of opponents would bring about karma entanglement? That would be those hot-blooded cultivators among the tens of thousands of spectators. If they really came up, would you kill them or not? If you killed them, you would more or less get some karma because you didn't have to kill them. If you didn't kill them, it would affect the essence of the battle. If you let them go, what would you do? Therefore, raising the stakes was to stop these unorganized and undisciplined people. For them, they might not consider other things before their blood boiled, but they would definitely consider the wealth in their storage rings. But if they were all selected by the Heaven's Choice Cultivator Group, there would be almost no karma. Because they would not come out of Ziching on their own, because they were organized and had a purpose. Therefore, in the context of the confrontation between the positive and negative spaces, it would not be a problem for them to make a move on the black spot. He had to maintain his characteristic of being ruthless. He had to make people think that this person had no regard for life. Only in this way could he instill fear in the hearts of others. Even if this fear might not be obvious, it would help him gain the initiative at the right time. For example, his opponents would have to be on guard against his feint. He had no choice but to believe his threat. All these benefits would come into play at the moment of life and death, causing the opponent to misjudge. This was the true essence of being a hooligan. When swinging bricks at each other, whoever retracted their head first would lose. No matter how much you want to shrink back, you have to endure it and bet that the other party will shrink back first. He had to let people know that he never backed down. In essence, the world of cultivation was no different from a street gang fight. The other 4 people had all passed the challenge, and none of the challengers had succeeded. Now, it was up to him, who was the most decisive. The onlookers were not only betting on their victory or defeat, but they were also betting on time. Unfortunately, he was in the game and could not bet on himself. The one who came up was a monk. In the Heaven's Choice Cultivator Group, there were not many monks who participated this time. According to the explanation of the true Lord Wn Yang, Buddhism's influence in the Heaven's Choice Cultivator Group was actually larger than the main world, and it was not even 40%. However, he did not see this point from the challengers. Perhaps, the Buddhist monks were all focused on Buddhism and were not interested in leaving the negative space. Was this possible? This poor monk wakes up from wandering. I don't have much ability, but I have some money. Sorry for wasting your time. His words were very humorous. Lu Xiaoyi stepped into the Tao tablet space. It doesn't matter if you have ability or not. It's best if you don't have ability. It's fine as long as you have a spiritual opportunity. The 2 of them stepped into the Tao tablet space at the same time. Instinctively, the moment they entered, their flying swords had already left their bodies. However, when the flying swords flew out halfway, the originally empty space in front of them suddenly changed. In the eyes of tens of thousands of onlookers, they could not see any abnormalities. The swordsman was still moving, his flying sword drawing an arc light. The monk was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling with his eyes closed. The true Lord Wn Yang did not recognize this monk. The Heaven's Choice Cultivator Group was too big, and there were too many capable people. He did not even recognize many cultivators in the country, so how could he recognize a wandering monk? However, there were a few cultivators who recognized this monk, and knew that this monk had an extremely special ability, pulling people into dreams. Master: unknown. Origin: unknown. There were many cultivators like this in the Heaven's Choice continent, and they did not belong to any country. It was very difficult to investigate their Tao heritage in a continent like the Heaven's Choice continent with tens of thousands of Tao tablet. They only knew that this monk was full of strangeness. He liked to watch people enter dreams, and he also liked to invade people's dreams. Of course, he did not do evil, but this hobby was somewhat unacceptable. It was unknown who pulled him here, and he even had to face the fiercest bloodthirsty swordsman of Juzian's cultivators. The logic was very easy to understand. Since they could not deal with this swordsman in a head-on clash, then they would not use a head-on method. They would deal with him in the dreamland. The flying swords would not be useful, right? The problem was, could the dreamland kill really reach such a level? The awakening monk had also lost himself. Just like the swordsman, his dreamland was very powerful, but it also depended on who the target was. If it was a mortal, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. However, if it was a cultivator, especially a Yuanian cultivator of the same realm as him, then he would have to sacrifice himself. Fortunately, the length of the dreamland was like a lifetime, but in the eyes of an outsider, it was only an instant. Otherwise, with his heaven-defying ability, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others if they were pulled into the dreamland without being able to control themselves? His Tao realm was the Great Dream Realm. Similar to the nameless Sword Tao monument, there were many such monuments in the Heaven's Choice continent. They did not establish a country, did not pass down Tao teachings, and were even unknown to people. They were all established by cultivators with extraordinary talent, created for the purpose of Tao unification. However, some were very successful, while others slowly disappeared from the cultivation world. The Tao of Dreams wasn't as poetic and picturesque as it sounded. It was actually a murderous Tao. Because it killed without leaving a trace, the person who entered the dream wouldn't even know what kind of Tao they had fallen into. However, the Tao of Heaven was balanced. Such a murderous, strange, and impossible to guard against would require the dreamer to pay the same price. In the dreamland, he could easily lure people to their deaths, but if the other party escaped his control, then the one who died would be him. This was the so-called dream reversal. Chapter 1197. Lu Xiaoyi rushed towards Zhaoye in a good mood. It was the right time to build his foundation. He would go to Zhaoye and kill the Dog Emperor. Then, he would go to Mount Wangding. From then on, he would be free. It was a happy thing in life. Everything was going according to plan, although building his foundation was a bit bumpy. With the blessing of his mother in heaven, it was a daunting experience without any danger. Unknowingly, he could sense that his future path towards the Grand Tao would reach an extremely high level, and now, it was only the beginning. Tall buildings were built from the ground up, and he had to move bricks and mud one floor at a time. When he reached foundation establishment, his speed was naturally incomparable to when he was chi refining, but he was still cautious. Because he had never been as clear-headed as he was now. His success in building his foundation gave him a short period of celestial perception, allowing him to clearly understand the changes that might happen to him in the future. In fact, he didn't know that all of this had already happened and existed in reality. Of course, he felt real and was full of confidence. At Mount Wangding, he would board a space shuttle and go to the upper realm that everyone yearned for. He would join a powerful force in the universe and start his magnificent life. The path was so clear. Cultivation was wonderful beyond word. He rushed all the way, day and night. In less than 10 days, he arrived at Zhaoye in the capital. He found an inconspicuous inn and stayed there. He still needed to plan carefully. Killing a mortal was not more difficult than crushing an ant to someone like him who had built his foundation. However, the problem was that this mortal's identity was not ordinary. He was an emperor with a large number of troops protecting him. He even had the help of the state preceptor, so he couldn't directly attack him. The mortal army was not a threat, but killing too many people was not good for his cultivation. Although he was an unaffiliated cultivator, he had read a lot of Taoist books. He also understood the so-called karma. The state preceptor was a threat. As a cultivator, if he was qi refining, it would be easy to deal with him. However, if he was also in foundation establishment, it would be very dangerous for him. Because he had just built his foundation was not stable. Most importantly, he had not come into contact with the various fighting methods of foundation establishment. He didn't know what level of foundation establishment the state preceptor was at. In the dead of the night, Lu Xiaoyi dressed up and planned to go to the palace to find out what was going on. He would not assassinate his mother and aunt Cai Huan. He needed an open and above-board trial, not a sneaky one. Therefore, they were only exploring the way. At the very least, they needed to know the pattern of the emperor's reign. Just as he finished his preparations and before he could move, he heard a sigh outside the window. He knew that a fellow cultivator had arrived outside, but he didn't know why he was so sensitive to the news. Holding a sword in his hand was also the fighting style that he relied on the most. Although his dream was to become an omnipotent and profound spell cultivator, wasn't this just the beginning? He didn't even know how to cast a suitable spell. Foundation establishment. It sounded nice, but in fact, he was just a boorish fellow who only knew how to hack and chop at random despite having the physique of a foundation establishment cultivator. Leaping out of the window, under the moonlight, a white-browed, long-bearded, immortal-like daoist with a solemn face was standing in the courtyard, quietly looking at him with a guarded face. He opened his mouth and said, "If there is no evil in your heart, why would you be afraid of others? This humble daoist is Du Ouz, the current imperial preceptor. I already know the purpose of little friend's visit. I have a few words here, but I don't know if little friend is willing to listen." Lu Xiaoyi put away his sword and bowed in a dignified manner. "Senior, please speak." "Junior is listening with respectful ears." Du Ouz sighed. "I already know about the grievances between your father, your mother, and Emperor Tianda. To be honest, there are grievances, but to categorize it as the enmity of killing your father and mother is a bit too much." Lu Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Du Ouz said seriously, "We cultivators don't lie. There are 3 points that you cannot not know. First, Tianda's actions as an emperor and as a prince are 2 different things. His situation is different, so his actions are also different. As the saying goes, status determines one's thinking. With the country's general situation involved, you cannot ignore it. Second, Emperor Tianda did not directly order the old madam to be harmed, but only humiliated. The heavenly virtue emperor was partly to blame for the incompetence of his subordinates, but it wasn't all because this was an unintentional mistake on his part. Third, according to the rules of Yi country's cultivation world, which are also the rules of this continent, cultivators and mortals are not allowed to disturb each other, especially when it comes to killing. Unless there is a great enmity between life and death, you cannot rashly kill, especially Emperor Tianda, who is in charge of the country's safety. It is extremely easy for him to cause turmoil in the mortal world, causing rivers of blood to flow. You cannot shoulder such a great karma. With these 3 points, I advise little friend to be more open-minded and prioritize the path of Tao. Otherwise, decades of hard work will be wasted in a single day. That would be a pity, Du Ouz said and floated in the air, slowly leaving. Lu Xiaoyi stayed in the courtyard, quietly standing there. After a long time, he pulled out his sword and tested its sharpness. With a faint smile, he jumped out of the high wall and did his own thing. 3 days later, he had grasped most of the matters in the imperial city. Now, all that was left was to wait. There were only a few days left, and he could afford to wait. At night, there was movement in the courtyard. Lu Xiaoyi knew who it was and came out to welcome them. "Thank you for your repeated advice, senior. This junior appreciates it." Du Ouz sighed again. "Foolish child. What hatred is there in the heart? Don't you know that on the path of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to harbor hatred? Fine, I came to tell you that Emperor Tianda knows of your mother's calamity. In his guilt, he is willing to announce to the world that he will posthumously confer the title of Senior Marquis to Major Lu. Lu Yarosha will be a first-rank noble lady, a loyal servant of Cai Huan, and a loyal wife. You can enter the ancestral hall and receive incense. Your second uncle's title of general will be hereditary. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Seeing that Lu Xiaoyi was silent, Duo Yuzi flicked his sleeves and left. Take care of yourself. In a few days, I will come back to find you. 3 days later, at dawn, Lu Xiaoyi made his final preparations. Today was the imperial court meeting, and it was the time for him to make his move. Walking out of the door, as he expected, Duo Yuzi was standing in the courtyard. This time, he did not sigh, but his voice was stern. Young Master Lu, why bother being so stubborn? You and I are both cultivators. Logically speaking, we should not have a dispute over a mortal, but the world of cultivation has its own rules. I can tell you very clearly that the moment you cut down Emperor Tienda is the moment I cut you down. This heart is clear, and the heavenly Tao is the proof. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyi was still silent, Duo Yuzi was somewhat resentful that he could not meet his expectations. Think of the hardships of your cultivation. Think of the decades of effort you've put in. Think of the incomparably bright future you have. This person has already passed away. I believe that even if the old madam's spirit in the heavens knew of your actions, she would not agree. The so-called cultivation is to know when to advance and when to retreat, to know when to give up. You used hundreds of thousands of years of your glorious life to exchange for a mortal's insignificant decades of life. How can there be any comparison? Acting recklessly is the greatest taboo of cultivation. Even a wise man would not do it. He flew into the air again. One last thing. In this imperial court meeting, Emperor Tienda will announce his crimes and announce to the world that Lu province has committed a crime. He will abdicate the throne and give it to the crown prince. Henceforth, he will live a solitary life of penance. As for you, where you will go, please choose carefully. Chapter 1198. Night Illumination Emperor City. Outside the throne room, on a wide plaza, the scorching sun was high in the sky. In the distance, the guards, generals, soldiers, and officials formed an encirclement. At the center of the encirclement was a man wearing a dragon robe with disheveled hair kneeling on the ground. It was Emperor Tienda. Beside him was a young scholar, standing straight like a javelin. Further away in the sky, an old daoist was floating quietly. The magic tool in his hand transformed into a huge arrow of light, ready to shoot. Ready to shoot, but not yet. Because the mortal emperor was not dead, this new foundation establishment cultivator could not be convicted of killing mortals. It was a pity that this young cultivator did not have a master's legacy. For him to reach this step, his own potential was needless to say. He still hoped to make one last effort. I will not stop you. Because I can stop you once, but I cannot stop you forever. This old daoist does not have the heart to protect a mortal for decade. You must be willing to do it. I have a mirror that can reflect the future. Are you willing to take a look? Lu Xiaoyi smiled and nodded. Du Ouz flipped his hand and took out a bronze mirror. It was simple and ancient. Look in with your heart and you will know your own future. You will have the basis to make a choice. Lu Xiaoyi casually looked into the bronze mirror. Suddenly, clouds and mist appeared in the bronze mirror. Gradually, the mist dispersed, and a bright light flashed, flying horizontally and vertically. Du Ouz exclaimed, flying sword. Little friend, your future orthodoxy will be the most decisive sword vein in the universe. Lu Xiaoyi did not comment. The bronze mirror continued to change and a huge celestial realm appeared. It was a vast snowy mountain and groups of swordsmen came and went. Du Ouz was in disbelief. Where is this? It must be the upper realm's cultivation holy land. Look at those swordsmen, all of them come and go. Little friend, congratulations. You will be one of them in the future. Your future is limitless. The scene continued to change. A dot of light gradually became clearer in the darkness. It was a cultivator who was moving freely in the void of the universe. To be able to fly out of the boundary, he was at least a Yuanian grand cultivator. The figure became clearer and clearer. Gradually, they could see his figure and appearance. An abnormally familiar face finally appeared in front of the two of them. They saw him moving his sword back and forth, whistling through the air. Wherever the sword light passed, the void beasts would be turned into ashes one after another. Du Ouz almost couldn't control himself. His voice trembled as he said, "Little friend, this is you. This is your future. At the very least, Yuanying could be a perfected lord. I can't argue. Our continent has finally produced a character. Think about it, if you have this ability, how much can you do for the continent? Maybe we can break into the netherworld and bring old Madam back to life." Sighing endlessly, the bronze mirror slowly lost its luster. Du Ouz was stunned for a long time before he recovered from his shock. Do you think that what's in the copper mirror is just an illusion? That I deliberately drew it to deceive you?" Lu Xiaoyi shook his head, full of gratitude. "No, it's all real. This is my future, I'm sure." Du Ouz let out a long breath. "The future is the future, and the present is the present. You have your future, and I have my perseverance. Then, after seeing this, what reason do you have to continue? A glorious life of swordsmanship, a long life of at least thousands of years, and a thorough understanding of the universe. Compared to this, what is a mere mortal's life? Is it worth exchanging thousands of years of glory for? Listen to my advice, let's stop before he dies. There's still time." Countless mortals watching from afar were shocked by everything displayed in the copper mirror. They didn't expect that the descendant of the previous dynasty's minister Lu would produce an immortal. What kind of inheritance was this? It was clear how to choose. Priorities, gains, losses, let alone cultivators, even ordinary mortals, as long as they weren't fools, knew what to do. As for regrets, since he had already become an immortal, he would have another chance to make up for it. There was no need to be so stubborn now. If he lost the present, how could he talk about the future? Under everyone's attention, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "The time has come." He raised his hand and the Tianda Emperor fell to the ground. "Why? Why are you so stubborn? You're just a foundation establishment cultivator, you still have time to make up for some things." Lu Xiaoyi said softly, "The love of family can never be violated. I'd rather be an ant with a clear conscience than a sword immortal with regret. In addition, I'm a man who aspires to become a Dharma cultivator." The magic tool in Du Ouz's hand turned into a long arrow and shot out like lightning, turning the defenseless Lu Xiaoyi into a ball of light and shadow. There was no flesh or blood left. Following that, the Golden Imperial Palace collapsed in the light and shadow. The surrounding crowd, officials, soldiers, and the distant Zhaoya city all swayed and became illusory. This also included Du Ouz, who had been floating in the air. His face gradually regained his consciousness. He was somewhat puzzled. Such a realistic dream was taken from the deepest memories of the opponent in the long river of memories, especially during the foundation establishment stage. First, it could destroy one's foundation. Second, the cultivator at this time was still very immature. Their worldview was not formed, their Tao heart was not strong, and their willpower was not firm. Everything was just the beginning. How could there be true persistence? Entering the dream during the mortal period was useless because one had not entered the Tao. Entering the dream at this stage was too difficult. Yuanying's willpower was not something he, who was also a Yuanying, could seize. It could only be done during the foundation establishment stage or Jindan stage. Find a stage where the opponent's defenses were the easiest to break and lure them into making a mistake. This was his hundreds of years of experience in the Tao of Dreams. Strike a fatal blow when the opponent was at their weakest, destroy their Tao foundation, and end all troubles. Almost everything in the dream was real because the people, the environment, and the events that had existed before were all incomparably real. He only needed to stir them up a little. When the incomparable achievements of the future were truly placed before his eyes, how could a little wandering cultivator who had just entered the Tao Foundation restrain his yearning? As long as he let Emperor Tianda off in the dream, this person's future would be like a tall building that had its most important foundation removed. The collapse would be right before his eyes. However, this person's persona hadn't collapsed. As the initiator of all this, The price to pay was the dreamer himself. All of this happened in no more than an instant in reality. It was like a nap in the depths of the soul. In the blink of an eye, the sword was still flying and the person was still moving, but Lu Xiaoyi already knew that he didn't need the flying sword to attack, because the monk who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed already had no aura left. Toying with the memories of other people's dreams, there would be this day sooner or later. The cycle of the heavens, karma. This kind of battle ended even faster than his previous few battles. In any case, the sword had been unsheathed before, and he had even seen the sword enter the body. But now, the sword had been pulled back after flying for more than half, and the person who bore the sword's attack had already vanished into the heavens. Was this still a freaking flying sword? It didn't even need a hole. It could kill with a few gestures. The killing of a dream was far too rare. The majority of the cultivators present still hadn't recovered their wits. Chapter 1199. In Lu Xiaoyi's battles, he had fought 4 battles and slashed 4 times. Without exception, all of them ended with a single slash. In the end, he only used half a sword. This kind of strength was simply astounding because one had never even seen his sword light division before. Every opponent died in a strange way, as if they didn't die from the sword, but from some mysterious cause. Could it be that he wasn't actually a swordsman? The flying sword was just a cover, and there was actually something else going on. Only those who truly understood Monk Xinghui's true identity would know the truth of the battle. The matter was obvious. When the swordsman released his flying sword, Monk Xinghui used Dreamland Kill. However, Dreamland Kill didn't succeed, so he killed himself in the dream. It was simple and clear. One thing was for sure, this swordsman was indeed very strange. He was so strange that the so-called targeting methods were even more useless, and the death was even more fragile. It seemed that in the 4 battles, this person had never fought a fair battle. It wasn't that the swordsman wasn't fair, but that the cultivators they sent out to target him weren't fair. A consensus was reached among the higher-ups of Heaven's Choice. Guangchang Bodhisattva, Daoist Ta Luo, and Daoist Kumu, the 3 most outstanding people in Heaven's Choice Yuanian group, were called over by several perfected lords. One of the perfected lords explained, at this point in the competition, everyone is well aware of the so-called problem of strength in the positive and negative space. Everyone is about the same, and no one can say that they have the upper hand. We, Heaven's Choice, have the advantage in numbers, but if we win with numbers, it's meaningless. Instead, we'll become a joke to the cultivators of the origin world. The reason why they only sent a few dozen people is because they want us to win with numbers. In the end, they'll proclaim that they're honorable even though they're defeated. A few dozen people against tens of thousands, how awe-inspiring and righteous it sound. We can't let them have their way. The senior brother Yang Shen has already decided that we won't give these Juzian cultivators a chance to show that they'd rather die than submit. Therefore, in the 3rd round, those cultivators who lost more than they won won't fight. The battles of the perfected lords are meaningless too. We'll compete with the best Yuanian cultivators. However many Juzian cultivators can send out, we'll send out a few. Ta Luo asked, Martial Uncle, if we were to compete like this, how many would be left? The true monarch said, excluding those who died and those who lost more than they won, there are only 9 people in Juzian and Yuanian who can maintain a winning percentage. On our side, the others have other choices, but the 3 of you have to go up. Furthermore, your main target is Single Ear and Shong Yuan from Juzian. Only if the 3 of you can defeat these 2 can Heaven's Choice be considered a convincing victory. The 3 of them nodded in unison. This was the pride of the anti-space Heaven's Choice. To use a wheel of attrition battle to defeat these 2 was meaningless. Only the 3 of them would take action. They would appear 3 or 4 times and display their abilities in front of the public. Thus, there would be a point of comparison. The true monarch continued, we need another rule. Wait for the news. We can't let the people of Juzian play the victim. This was the feeling of Heaven's Choice after 2 rounds. These people from the origin world were truly cunning. They knew that they would lose after so many rounds, yet they still brought so few people. This was to announce to the world that Heaven's Choice had an unfair victory. Fortunately, it wasn't too late for them to react now. After only 2 rounds, there was still time. After the second round, the competition was paused. The young gods were bickering above, while the Yuaniing were muttering below. Everyone gathered together and could roughly guess Heaven's Choice's intentions. Lu Xiaoyi casually asked a question he had always wanted to ask, "Martial Uncle, since Origin World cultivators can come and go as they please, then it can't be that only our Juzian cultivators are here, right? There must be cultivators from other Origin Worlds, so why can't we see them?" Chong Di shook her head. "What you said isn't accurate. Theoretically, anyone can enter Heaven's Choice continent, but to enter, you must have a guarantor. And it must be a guarantee from a large country. For example, our diplomatic mission this time was approved by many large countries' high-level cultivators. Otherwise, do you think we could enter so easily? If there really were people with bad intentions invading, what would we do? This is also a restriction that only started in the last few hundred years. In the past, it wasn't necessary because only half-immortals could enter, but everything changed after the collapse of the Great Tao. Without the half-immortals, Heaven's Choice will naturally be more careful. As for guests from other Origin Worlds, there must be some, but if he doesn't say anything, how would we know about such a large group of cultivators? These people are here on their own accord, so it's not good for them to participate in the competition between Juzian and Heaven's Choice. If they rashly interfere, they will only invite trouble to themselves." Lu Xiaoyi knew it would be like this. He was somewhat disappointed, because he wanted to meet people from the 5th ring here. Of course, swordsmen would be the best. It would be very difficult for him to find people in his current state, and it was also impossible for him to loudly shout, "Is there anyone from the 5th ring?" Considering that even if he were to encounter cultivators from other orthodoxies at the 5th ring, they might not necessarily believe his words. Therefore, the most reliable method was to first find Huang Nian from the Heaven's Volition sword range, and then find out if there were any sword cultivators from the main world through him. What orthodoxies were they from? He still needed to plan carefully. Soon, the young gods above reached a consensus. Instead of pooping here, it was better for everyone to have a fight. At first, Juzian's young gods didn't agree, because the cultivators of Heaven's Choice were too strong, and they couldn't know all the people who came up. It was disadvantageous for them to give up their strategy of fighting a protracted battle and choose this kind of group battle. However, Heaven's Choice made a concession and promised that the participants would be cultivators who had fought in 2 rounds of battles and maintained a winning rate. This gave Juzian's people hope for victory. Although they knew that this might be an unrealistic ambition, it was still fatally attractive to them. If there was a chance to win, who wouldn't want to fight? This time, the participating cultivators didn't need to take out a bet. Instead, the young gods on both sides of the positive and negative space each took out 5,000 ziching to make up a reward of 10,000 ziching, and the winner could enjoy it alone. On Juzian's side, in addition to Lu Xiaoyi and Shong Yuan, there were 7 cultivators from different sects. Among the 9 people, there were 2 Qingwei and Yuansha, 1 Buddhist monk each from Wanfo and Bitter Zen, Xiaoyaroyu, human sect, Taishen, Zhonghuang. Among them, Huangting Taoism and Wanyan Jiaoshe were all defeated, which basically reflected the true power ranking of Juzian. In fact, if it weren't for Lu Xiaoyi, Xiaoyaroyu wouldn't have been able to escape this level. There was nothing much to say between the 9 of them. It was too late to talk about teamwork now. True teamwork required a life-and-death commitment and absolute trust. If they couldn't do that, then they might as well rely on improvisation. That way, they wouldn't have to work together for the sake of working together, and lose what they were good at. Juzian was like this, and so was Heaven's Choice. The 9 cultivators came from complicated backgrounds. To be fair, this was indeed a duel without bias, and no one had an advantage. Chapter 1200. The voice of the sun god of Heaven's Choice spread in all directions. 10,000 purple purity. Do you all think that we sun gods are too stingy? Dozens of sun gods only gather so much purple purity. Is it too shabby? Purple purity is just a worldly possession. The important thing is the process of finding it. There are countless difficulties and obstacles, risks of life and death, different people, different environments, different Tao hearts, different opportunities. So, it's just a small talk to comfort you. Lu Xiaoyi curled his lips. If they were stingy, then so be it. Why did they have to come up with such high-sounding nonsense? After these 4 rounds, he had earned a total of 800 purple purity. In addition to his original wealth, his net worth had reached 2,000 purple purity. He wondered if it was enough for him to break through to the upper realm. He had planned to make a few more rounds in the next few rounds and get more than 5,000 purple purity. Then there would be no more risks and it would be enough. But he didn't expect that the old guys would change the rules. 10,000 purple purity was a reward for one party. If it was divided among 9 people, even if some died, each person would only get 1,000 or so. It was still far from his goal. Such an opportunity was really rare. Unfortunately, they didn't give him the chance to make a fortune. The sun god continued, "We value the opportunity more. Where is the opportunity in the Tao tablet space? The moment it completely disappears, the moment the source of the Tao dissipates, there will be an instant opportunity to comprehend the great Tao. Then, next, we will use methods to expand the range of the impermanent Tao tablet space. First, it is to have enough range for a team battle. Second, it is to accelerate the disappearance of the impermanent Tao tablet to benefit the epiphany when the source of the Tao dissipate. Third, we, the Heaven's Choice Continent, will not hide the Tao realm and is willing to share it with the cultivation world of the entire universe." As soon as these words came out, tens of thousands of cultivators cheered. The disappearance of the great Tao tablet of the Heaven's Choice Continent was not a one-time thing. It needed a certain amount of time to slowly dissipate. It was the Qing Wei Heaven's Taos that suffered the most. But as the manifestation of the Taos in the mortal world, due to the long years of immersion, the innate Tao tablet and the Qing Wei Heaven's Taos crumbled at the same time. But due to the existence of the physical objects, the innate Tao tablet needed time to completely vanish. For example, the Tao of Virtue Stele and the Destiny Stele. After the collapse of the Great Tao, the Heaven's Choice Stele left a long legacy behind, at least 1,000 years. After that, the Great Void Stele left a much shorter legacy, no more than 100 years later. Now, it was the Massacre and the Impermanence Stele. According to the previous performance of the Great Tao Stele, it would probably become a dead object in another few decades. Then, before the Great Tao tablet turned into an inanimate object, there was an instant of brilliance from the source of the Tao, just like a human's final radiance. This was a secret that the Heaven's chosen cultivators only understood after the collapse of the virtuous cosmos. Of course, it was not easy for ordinary people to obtain this opportunity to gain enlightenment. It required the strength of a powerful country and communication and compromise from all sides. Then this time, the Heaven's Choice young gods were willing to use such an opportunity as a reward. It was indeed generous and generous. As expected of their master, it would take decades for the impermanence Tao source to completely disappear. This group battle would definitely not last that long. Therefore, the heavenly blessing young god used external forces to forcibly expand the space of the Tao Stele, so that it could adapt to small-scale group battles and rapidly consume the remaining power of the Tao Stele. As for whether the Tao source would be exhausted after the battle, it could only depend on these people's fated chances. If it was not yours, it was useless to beg for it. Everyone was very happy. Only the 3 Jews young gods were disdainful. What Dafar? It was just that the impermanence Tao was too special. Since ancient times, there had never been a major cultivator who used it as a fundamental Tao. It was an extremely rare supplemental Tao among the 36 innate Tao. There was not much difference between having it and not having it. It was very difficult for it to have a fundamental impact on cultivators. If that was not the case, why didn't they use the slaughter Tao to do this? Of course, one couldn't say that a pre-celestial great Tao was useless. Every pre-celestial great Tao was important, and there was no such thing as a pre-celestial great Tao. However, at different stages of cultivation, There were pre-celestial great Taos that were of little use to cultivators. For example, the great Tao of impermanence that nascent soul cultivators use. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two heaven's choice young gods came to the ruins of the impermanence Tao Stele, took out their Tao weapons, and used them respectively. They were all major cultivators who had a certain depth in the impermanence Tao. This time, they were also very careful because they had never used it before. Although it was theoretically valid, there was no precedent for the specific effect. A moment later, the space of the Tao Stele was expanded. It was quite big, so big that even from the outside, there seemed to be a lot of depth that could not be seen. This was also done in order to quickly consume the impermanence Tao connotation. If the space expanded small, the impact would not be great. It would make the people of Juzian laugh at the heaven's choice for being stingy. After everything was done, a young god solemnly announced, because of the expansion of the space of the Tao Stele, the position of the people who enter the space is not fixed. The principle of this competition is that there are no rules, and it will be a fight to the death. Tens of thousands of cultivators felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. Even the boldest cultivators were glad that they did not take the risk to participate. How many of the 18 people could survive? No matter how capable they were, who could be so sure? It was no longer a matter of pure strength. There was also a matter of luck. If you were unlucky enough to meet a few people, it would be terrible. Daoist Yu Qian felt uneasy and said to Chong Di, senior martial brother, I always feel that there is something strange about this matter. Is it necessary for the heaven's choice to be so defy? Could it be that they are completely confident? Did they do something when expanding the space of the Tao Stele? Did they make some secret arrangements that could help the heaven's choice? My realm is not high enough to see through it. What about you? Daoist Chong Di shook his head bitterly. I can't see through it for the time being. Not to mention me, even Shan Liuzi and the other senior martial brothers can't see through it. Just now, we also communicated with each other. If Shan Liuzi and the other senior martial brothers can't see through it, then it definitely isn't a young god's method. I'm afraid it's a half-immortal's method. Their half-immortals have stayed in Tianzi for a long time, so it's very possible that they left behind some trick. Yu Ting was slightly shocked. Senior martial brother, are we just going to let them be so presumptuous? Chong Di comforted him, don't worry too much. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it's impossible to be too obvious about being biased towards them. They want to save face. Moreover, you also know that the so-called tricks are indeed powerful, but they all have one thing in common, and that is, they are neutral and not biased. Therefore, it's impossible for there to be an influence that specifically targets our Juzian cultivators. If that's the case, everyone's eyes are clear, and we have a reason to stop this kind of cheating. Yu Ting asked, then what kind of tricks do you think it is? Chong Di thought for a moment. I personally think that it should be some kind of mysterious borrowing. For example, being able to sense the presence of companions within a certain range. This way, they can quickly form a situation where they outnumber others. Or perhaps, there is some kind of law in the change of fate. But it definitely can't be very obvious. For example, you increase your strength a little, and I decrease my magic power a little. It's not that shallow. Chapter 1201. Lu Xiaoyi and the others entered the Tao realm space one after another. However, the cultivators outside could only see a few figures. Most of them went to the distance randomly, out of sight. It made people's hearts itch. Fortunately, before the final source of the Tao dissipated, the Tao realm space would slowly shrink back to its original state. The spectators couldn't see the beginning of the show, but at least they could see the end of the show. It was a blessing in disguise. Just as the two sides entered the arena, in a place far away from the impermanence Tao Stele, two young gods stood side by side. Each of them held a matrix technique in their hands. When the wind blew, the matrix technique turned into green smoke and disappeared. Unknowingly, there was a mysterious connection between the two young gods. At such a distance, the two young gods deliberately covered it up. None of the cultivators in the Echo Valley noticed it. One of the young gods curled the corner of his mouth. It's shameful to do such a thing. If it weren't for Senior Brother Pang's instructions, I wouldn't have bothered to do these tricks. The other young god laughed. Stop. Senior Brother Pang also said that it's not purely for the sake of winning, but for other purposes. Why do you have to be so calculative? It's just a dozen yuanying. How many people in the universe don't die every day? Can you be at ease without using the matrix technique? The previous young god sighed. 9-1 cube, lost in the sea of bitterness. It's a pity to use two matrix techniques in such an insignificant place. Senior, are you doing this just to lose face? If you use two matrix techniques now, in the future, there will be two less matrix techniques. The matrix technique could only be made by a half-immortal cultivator. It required realm, comprehension, proficiency in talismans, and the sacrifice of one's lifespan to make these unpredictable thing. For a long time, the Tao of Heaven had been very strict on cultivators, especially from top to bottom. Therefore, no immortal would come down to kill a half-immortal, and no half-immortal would easily attack a cultivator in the human world. It was all because of such restrictions. But occasionally, their disciples and grand disciples would need help. What should they do? It was to use the matrix technique. In the cultivation world, the talisman techniques of ordinary half-immortals were generally called talisman techniques, while the talisman techniques of half-immortals who were facing Tao integration were called Tao revelation. Taking the cultivators of the Blight realm as an example, the trump cards that first to fourth Blight cultivators left behind for their descendants were called moment techniques. Only those of fifth Blight cultivators were called Tao revelations because they already had a trace of Tao, breaking through the framework of moment. Not every half-immortal was willing to do this kind of thing. It would have a great impact on one's body. There were even some powerful Tao realm experts who were able to do it, but they would forever lose their comprehension of it. Adding on the price of lifespan, these things were very precious. Even though there had always been half-immortals in the Heaven's Choice continent, these things were very rare. Normally, they would be used and preserved as trump cards. 9-1 cube was a way to use the law of the increase and decrease of luck. Simply put, if 9 people were to fight, their luck would basically follow the direction of their own luck. However, if one of them died, then the luck of the dead person would be divided among the other 8 people. And so on and so forth. This was the law before the Great Tao of Destiny collapsed. After the Great Tao of Destiny collapsed, all of the dead cultivators' luck would not be divided among the other 8 people. Instead, a part of the dead cultivators' luck would be divided among the other 8 people, allowing their companions to benefit. Actually, it was to simulate the luck of the 9 people as a whole. If one of them died, the others would benefit. The total amount of luck would remain the same, or it would rarely change. The meaning of this matrix technique was that if 1 or 2 of the 9 people died, there would not be much of a difference. This was because the luck of the others was still limited and could not change the foundation. However, if one side died too much, the increase in luck would start to become terrifying. If 8 of the 9 people died, then the remaining person would benefit from everyone's luck. Now that the Great Tao of Destiny collapsed, it could not be said that the luck would increase by 9 times, but increasing by 4 or 5 times was not a problem. This would be very useful in a battle. If placed in reality, it was really possible for a meat pie to fall from the sky. This matrix technique was aimed at the side of Heaven's Choice. However, the Lost in the Sea of Bitterness was aimed at the side of Juzian. The reason was very simple. The matrix technique could only bear one matrix technique. If you received the second matrix technique, then the first matrix technique would naturally lose its effect. Therefore, you had to choose the matrix technique aimed at the people of Juzian. The Lost in the Sea of Bitterness meant that when the opponent under the matrix technique made a directional choice, there would always be more mistakes than correct. Simply put, when Lu Xiaoyi was choosing a direction, there were 2 points to choose from. Among them, A was the correct choice. If there was a single enemy to kill, or if there were companions to gather, then his final choice would most likely be to choose B. It would not work every time, but in many choices, it would be most likely to be wrong. This was also very important. It could change the situation in the field without revealing anything. It would delay your time and unconsciously put you at a disadvantage. When you looked for friends, you would always be unable to find them. When you met several opponents, you would have several. Judging from the effects of the two matrix techniques, there was no doubt that the help of the matrix technique was more direct and more effective. This was also in line with the characteristics of the matrix technique. When used on one's own people, the effect would be good. When used on the enemy, the effect would be passive. There would be resistance and loss in the dark, and the effect would be less effective. When one side was weakened and the other side was strengthened, the situation, which might not have had a big gap, would have a fundamental change. Ziqing stayed, had an epiphany of the Tao realm, and did not let the goodies flow into the fields of others. Moreover, he would have the reputation of defy. The people of Juzian didn't live up to expectations. Who else could they blame? The two young gods sighed. One of them sighed and said, "Let's go. It's an eventful time now. The change in Huisheng Valley is just one of many things. I have to go to outer space now and organize people to intercept those uninvited guys. I don't have the time to waste here." The other asked, "Why? Are there really people who dare to barge in? In my opinion, it's better to give them a hard time. Otherwise, they'll think that our Heaven's Choice continent is the back garden of the main world, where they can come and go as they please. You make it sound so easy. How many of those who dare to use force are easy to deal with? They have enough strength and strong backing. Before Heaven's Choice makes its final decision, some people are really not to be trifled with." "Oh, let's hear it. When it's my turn to intercept them in a few years, we'll know who's the dragon crossing the river. Who's the clay Buddha? I won't talk about others. Let's talk about the fiercest ones. They don't come often, but every 200 to 300 years, one or two of them will come. Every time, we'll be in a terrible fix." What orthodoxy? It's the orthodoxy of the sword. How can they be justified in trespassing into the human domain? They say that it's not trespassing, but that there's a Tao tablet in Heaven's Choice. You know, that nameless sword path tablet, that thing created by the ancestors. Hiss, this is a bit difficult to handle. See, I told you. It's the same no matter who goes up. P.S. Come. Send your monthly votes over. Book them all. Tip them and get high. If you don't have the motivation, Old Fallen has changed a leave of absence in the system. I'll be resting tomorrow. Chapter 1202. Lu Xiaoyi rushed into the space and found that there was no one around him. He used his divine sense to explore his surroundings. There were faint cultivators' auras in two directions. They were just auras, but they weren't fighting. Moreover, he couldn't tell if they were friend or foe. He could only gamble once. He didn't have any basis to judge. In terms of the detection range of his divine sense, he far exceeded cultivators in the late stage of yuaniying. This was because this was mainly dependent on the strength of one's spirit. His spirit had always been his strong point. It had always been like this since he entered the foundation building realm. Cultivators had a certain degree of regularity when searching for things around them. In non-combat situations, the active divine sense could be opened all the time. It was convenient to grasp the real-time direction of things and track them down. However, this method wasn't suitable here. This was a battlefield. If your active divine sense was locked on for a little longer than a few breaths, the other party would immediately sense that someone was spying on them. They weren't stupid. They would immediately take action, whether to escape, meet or conceal their auras. Therefore, the standard method of searching for enemies on the battlefield was to open the active divine sense to determine the general direction. After a breath, immediately close it and then close it secretly. After closing a certain distance, suddenly open a long-distance divine sense pulse to confirm, close it again, and continue to track. After reaching the sprinting distance, lock on with the divine sense again and close it at full speed. He couldn't keep his divine sense locked on all the time. It would scare the other party away. At the very least, the other party would be prepared. Randomly choosing a direction, Lu Xiaoyi silently moved for 100 breaths. He estimated that he was almost halfway there, so he opened his divine sense again. What made him depressed was that the other party was gone. There were many possibilities for this to happen. In fact, the possibility of the other party running away wasn't high. They were all here to win. Retreating at the beginning of a group battle wasn't in line with a cultivator's mentality. Moreover, for this person, whether he was an enemy or a friend was still uncertain. The more likely possibility was that when Lu Xiaoyi opened his divine sense to search for the other party was also opening his divine sense. He came to search for the other party, and the other party could also search for the other party. This was the biggest possibility. After all, no one would foolishly wait here. Unfavorable start, pouncing on empty air. He was a little depressed. For a cultivator like him, whose divine sense was farther than others and whose speed was faster than others, if he took the initiative to pounce on empty air, the other party would also pounce on empty air. He couldn't reach either side. His experience in such a chaotic battle was to not put in too much effort at the beginning. This might also be the consensus of all combat experts. The key to this kind of battle was to survive as long as possible. If you fought fiercely from the start, it would be easy to become the target of everyone's arrows. Blossoming resplendently, withering poignantly, after missing twice, Lu Xiaoyi realized that his luck wasn't good enough in such a situation. Thus, he adjusted his strategy and put more effort into comprehending the impermanence Dao realm here. According to his understanding, these consecutive misses were probably caused by the impermanence of the Dao tablet space, right? For him, fighting was secondary. The key was that he couldn't miss the opportunity to be in the Dao tablet space. When this chaotic battle was over, the impermanence Dao tablet would disappear completely, and the opportunity would be gone. His current process of comprehending the Dao realm wasn't through the accumulation of a long time. The 36 great Daos didn't give him the opportunity to be carefree and unrestrained. He had to find a shortcut. There were many shortcuts, and they couldn't guarantee that his comprehension would be smooth. This included the entry to the Dao realm when he was forming his nascent soul, the impermanence fragment in the Sparrow Palace, his own reading and seeking a teacher, and of course, the impermanence Dao tablet here. When all these were combined together, if he had the so-called epiphany of the young god Heaven's choice, it would be very helpful for him to completely understand the impermanence Dao. After all, this thing was not like other great Daos, and it was rarely mentioned in the ancient books. With this understanding, his actions became casual. He wasn't looking for people, but for Dao. Daoist Liu Yi really sped all the way to meet up. She was a cultivator from the Qingwei immortal sect. Coincidentally, her Dao partner, Daoist Changkong from the Middle Yellow of Taishan, was also in the team of 9 people this time. The husband and wife fighting side by side was also a good story. In the Yuanying group in the Juzian upper realm, the two of them were a famous couple. Their individual strength was very strong, and the husband and wife also had other joint techniques. They were a very promising pair, and indeed, they had shown their value in the previous 2 rounds of battle. Since they were Dao partners, there were of course some unspeakable secrets in the dual cultivation, which was reflected in the space here. It was that she could vaguely feel the position of her Dao partner. When the 2 of them combined, the dual cultivation would greatly increase their chances of success. Running at full speed like this, it was impossible to hide the aura around her. Occasionally, there would be auras near her, but under the circumstances where she didn't know whether they were friends or foes, she chose to ignore them. To her, the most important thing was to meet up with Changkong, which could fully display the maximum strength of the 2 of them. Especially when she ran all the way here, it made her realize this point. This was because she felt that the speed of her Dao partner approaching her was very slow. This was very abnormal. She knew that the 2 of them had the same idea when they met in the space. Changkong was not flying towards her at full speed, which could only mean one thing: he had met a difficult opponent. This was the reason why she didn't bother to provide support. In another space, the battle was in full swing. There were 3 people present, but only 2 of them were fighting, Changkong and Ta Luo. The one watching from the side was Ku Mu. He maintained his status and bearing, so he only watched from afar and didn't make a move. The yellow in Taishan was the most orthodox of the 7 Daoist sects in Juzian. It could even be said that it was so orthodox that it was somewhat old-fashioned. Among the 7 sects, the Qing-Wei Immortal sect was more ethereal, and the Primeval Cave was more mysterious. The Yellow Court and Taishan were the 2 old-fashioned Taoists. One focused on rules, while the other was good at pills and treasures. However, the cultivators from such sects all had one thing in common, and that was that their foundations were incomparably solid, and their cultivation was incomparably profound. Perhaps they lacked some variation, some leaping, and some unconstrained, but just this solidity alone was not something that could be easily taken down by anyone. Just like Chang Kong now, his offense and defense were integrated into one. His pills and treasures were dense, forming his own pill realm. There was a world in his pill, outstanding between heaven and earth. Ta Luo's orthodoxy was from the pagoda sect, which was relatively rare in Taoism, just like how pill cultivators immersed themselves in pill cultivation for their entire lives. All their achievements were only in one pagoda. Since they built their foundation, there was only one pagoda. As their realm increased, the pagoda also became taller and taller, with more floors. At the same time, there were more methods and more power. Ta Luo's pagoda was divided into 7 floors. It wasn't the highest in his sect. Among his fellow Yuanying brothers, the highest could reach the 9th floor. However, in terms of combat power, he was second to none in his sect. This was because he didn't focus on quantity, but on quality. The pagoda was divided into 7 floors: tilting ground, ocean viewing, cloud gathering, broken star, black image, lice building, and crownless. Each of them had supreme power, which was the essence of his life. It wasn't fixed to the large-scale spells of Taoism, but a trend from spells to magical powers. This kind of change made it difficult for ordinary cultivators to deal with. It had the strengths of 2 sects, and it was unpredictable. Chapter 1203. Changkong's spells were also orthodox Daoist techniques that couldn't be any more orthodox. It couldn't be said that he didn't have any new ideas, but he was an orthodox Daoist. When these things were combined together, it was very difficult to educate an unconventional cultivator. All of his attacks had their own rules, and it was clear at a glance. He followed the rules and followed the most ancient Daoist principles. It sounded very old-fashioned, but when a cultivator exerted this old-fashioned way to the extreme, the opponent would also feel uncomfortable, because he had no loopholes and never took risks. All of his attacks and defenses would ultimately depend on the competition of cultivation. Who would dare to compare their cultivation with a cultivator who played with pills? I'll grind you until the end of time. The 2 sides went back and forth in such an orderly manner. This was Changkong's rhythm. On the contrary, Daoist Ta Luo also played a balance of offense and defense. Who knew what he was planning? The pill's spirit lingered, and the pagoda formation shone brightly. Both sides attacked and defended well, and they were in a stalemate. However, Chang Kong didn't feel relaxed in his heart. The existence of Daoist Kumu at the side made him have to be 120% careful. These 2 people were the most outstanding and powerful cultivators in the early stage of the Heaven's Choice realm. Although he was confident that he wasn't weaker than others, he would never underestimate them. Everyone was good at different things. In his situation, no one could think of ending the battle quickly with him. Previously, there was a cultivator from the Great Void sect who wanted to grind with swordsmen, but in the end, he was shameless. However, in terms of Taoism branches, who could be a match for a cultivator of the Pill Tao? As long as he didn't make any mistakes, no one would be able to do anything to him. He was old-fashioned and conservative, but it didn't mean that he was stupid. He knew better than anyone what these 2 people chosen by Heaven's Choice were planning. After fighting for hundreds of years, he had killed most of his opponents with his honest and inflexible appearance. In terms of scheming, he wasn't inferior to others. Didn't they just want to surround him and attack his reinforcements? They would delay him here and not use their full strength. Then, they would lure Juzian's companions to come to his aid. Finally, Kumu would attack the reinforcements. One by one, they would slowly eliminate Juzian's forces. However, they didn't know that their Daoist companions were among the reinforcement. When the two of them worked together, it would be a completely different scene. Before entering the Dao realm space, the two of them had already agreed on the details of how to meet. Needless to say, if everything went smoothly, it was also needless to say that both of them were in trouble. The most likely scenario was that one of them was in trouble while the other was rushing over to help. For this reason, they designed 3 scenarios. If there was only one opponent, then he would stay where he was and deal with it himself or wait for his Dao partner to arrive and gang up on him. If the opponent was 3 or more people, then they would move in the opposite direction of the Dao companion. This was also a warning to the Dao companion not to come and help. If there were 2 opponents, then she would slowly move in the direction of her Dao partner. This meant that she was telling her Dao partner that he needed her support, just like the current situation. Zhongkong was very clear about the strength of his Dao partner. She was not inferior to him. If the two of them worked together, they would be able to advance and retreat freely. Even if they could not defeat the other party, they could still escape. Unlike now, it was difficult for him to escape alone. If he wanted to escape, he would have to use a big move or a surprise attack, which would expose his weakness. In the hands of Lei Kishi, even a momentary weakness would be caught. Therefore, he could not escape. Daoist Kumu stood on the side. Although he looked calm and indifferent, in fact, his mind was not relaxed at all. In such a battle of wits and strength, he could not be careless at all. Among the 3 of them, Zhongkong was the one who knew the location of the reinforcements the best. Because they had been cultivating together for hundreds of years, the tacit understanding between the concave and the convex had already involved a certain mysterious category. Knowing that his Dao partner was about to arrive, he also began to make arrangements in advance. The worst combination was when his Dao partner was right in front of him, but the two of them could not form a joint force. Therefore, he had to put himself in a relatively free position to receive Liu Yi. It was still the battle of alchemy. This was also what he was most familiar with and most confident in. Without looking, he naturally took out a heavy water pill. This was also used in the previous battle. Its function was to strengthen the power of the Xing pill with the help of the heavy water. It was a relatively ordinary way of supplementing and was very inconspicuous. But in fact, this heavy water pill was different. It was a special netherworld heavy water. Its appearance was the same as ordinary heavy water, but as long as he stimulated it a little, it would become the netherworld heavy water that was feared in the cultivation world. Whether it was attack or defense, it could make the opponent panic in a short time. It would provide him with the time and opportunity to meet his Dao partner. He was a cautious person. He didn't forget about Daoist Kumu, who was glaring at him from the side. Therefore, he quietly took out another cloud-breaking pill and condensed it without releasing it. He knew that it was almost impossible to completely stop Lei Mushi from releasing thunderbolts. Therefore, he focused on destroying the formation of thunderclouds so that the thunderbolts couldn't release their full power. In this case, his ability to resist thunderbolts would be greatly improved. All of these things were used without anyone noticing. To a cultivator of the Tao of Pills, unless you were also a cultivator of the Tao of Pills, otherwise, you would be unable to distinguish the specific effects of the countless treasured pills. This required a long period of unremitting research. This was the advantage of pedantic battle cultivators. When Liu Yi appeared 100 breaths away, the situation had an unexpected change. In addition to Liu Yi, there was also a sharp aura brought by a cultivator flying quickly from another direction. The table of dishes was originally meant for 4 people, but now there was one more person. Who was it? Zhongkong began to get nervous. It would be best if it was a friend. If it was someone chosen by the heavens, the two of them could only choose to escape. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he believed in reason more. Kumu and Ta Luo also conversed. Ta Luo laughed. "Blockhead, there are so many people here. Do you have such a good appetite?" Kumu's expression did not change. As long as it is not single ear and Shong Yuan, the other Juzian people are nothing. Stupid Ta Luo, You stall 2 people and give me 5 breaths of time, okay? Ta Luo raised his eyebrows. Why don't you stall 2 of them and give me 5 breaths of time? The 2 of them were old friends. As the saying goes, talents appreciate each other. Among the top Yuanian cultivators in the Heaven's Choice continent, they were the 2 who had the best relationship. In the cultivation world where everyone was in danger, this was not easy. Kumu did not hide anything. My thunder can stall people. Don't make insinuations there. I know what you mean. I will at least leave you 1. Is that okay? Ta Luo bargained. 2. Kumu was speechless. This was the old temper of an old friend who liked to compete. 2 it is. I can save some energy, but if you can't deal with them, don't say that I didn't help you. The 2 of them did not mention that there might be people chosen by the heavens among the newcomers. Even if this possibility was not small, for them, they could only consider the most dangerous situation and would not base their hopes on luck. Chapter 1204. Liu Yi was the first to arrive. Before she even got close, she threw out a ribbon and turned it into a green enchantment. It was her best skill, the green field immortal trace. The green field expanded and instantly covered the entire battlefield. Liu Yi was the immortal in this area. There was no trace of her. Kumu and Ta Luo were a little arrogant. In their opinion, other than Mo Er and Shong Yuan, the rest of the 9 people in Juzian were nothing to be afraid of. However, they didn't expect this female cultivator to be so straightforward. She didn't even see who her opponent was before she rashly cast the enchantment. This was very inappropriate in the normal process of a cultivator's battle. Without knowing the enemy's situation, acting rashly was aimless and aimless. The 2 of them cast their spells to eliminate this green field. However, to their surprise, not only did the green field not shrink, it became even more pervasive. This was not the power of one person. Someone was cooperating with her. In just 1 breath, the 2 of them understood that this female cultivator was probably familiar with Changkong and had an effective method of cooperation. There was no need to talk about it. The tacit understanding formed by countless battles side by side made the 2 of them instantly enter the state. Ta Luo didn't hold back anymore but went all out. He stood on a tall tower that grew in the wind. Ignoring the green field's enchantment, the tower shook, and a circle of tower shadow condensed around Changkong. It was the 4th level's broken star magical ability. It collided with Changkong's netherworld heavy water. No matter how heavy the water was, it couldn't stop the tower from expanding. Ta Luo was very experienced. Since the 2 of them knew each other and cooperated, it was better to beat one of them up than to attack both of them at the same time. The other one would naturally be restrained. As for his own safety, he had the tower with him, so he didn't need to worry about his own safety. He started to restrain them here. Kumu had already taken the initiative to welcome the last late guest. Before he saw him, the thunder had already struck. It could be seen how ruthless this person was. He needed to launch an attack as soon as possible. As for what if he hit the wrong person? Then he would just not hit the second time. Kill him. If he was so weak, why did he come here? He didn't hit the wrong person. The last one to arrive was Wu Guang, the cultivator of the Primeval Cave. He came to help because he felt that there was qi gathering here. He was in a good mood, but his strength was far from his senior brother Shong Yuan's. Before he even saw the enemy, a bolt of lightning struck down from the top of his head. He immediately knew who was attacking him, the Thunder Kissshi who had been in the limelight in the first 2 rounds of battle. The orthodoxy of Yuanxia Dongzhen was very good at various mysterious applications. He could also do this. Compared to senior brother Shang Yuan, the only difference was that senior brother Shang Yuan could perform soul crossing by remote sensing, while he could only perform soul crossing by sight. In other words, he could only perform soul crossing by sight. But now, he could not see it. After the first thunderbolt, Kumu knew that this was a Primeval cultivator from Juzian. After all, everyone had fought in the first 2 rounds and showed up a few times, so he had a deep impression of this person because he was also thinking about how to deal with this kind of Taoist who was good at mystery. Against Shang Yuan, he had yet to think of a good way to deal with him. But against Shang Yuan's fellow disciple, Wu Guang, the way to deal with him was very simple. Don't reveal your whereabouts, and only rely on your aura to lock onto the descending lightning. Leave the opponent with no target to attack, and only be able to passively endure it. Then, the opponent would collapse impassively. It was still the Arctic thunder that was at work. Thunder was the command of the heavens. But the Arctic thunder was the coldest frost. Under the Arctic thunder, it didn't need to sweep away the enemy, but it could have an impact on all things related to spiritual energy, including Hua Yuan's soul source beast. Of course, it also included the mysterious ability of the Prime Val cultivator. Under several Arctic thunder, Wu Guang knew that things were not good. He could clearly perceive the existence of his opponent, but he couldn't catch up with him because his speed was limited. Because he lost the initiative, he was forced into a passive position by the Arctic thunder. In his consideration, it wasn't a good idea to move freely because he might not necessarily be faster than his opponent. So, he could only use his mysterious ability to make himself disappear first and escape from his opponent's perception. Then, he would think about other things. In terms of how to hide himself in a battle, if the Prime Val cultivator who was proficient in mystery said that he was second, no orthodoxy would dare to say that he was first. Seize a gap in the thunderbolt, lead the tortoise to disturb the heavens, throw the chips into chaos, and cut off the mysterious connection between himself and the outside world. His whole body was like a dead object, floating out in one direction. In fact, he had a second, more radical method, which was to go against the lightning and strive to find the other Juzian cultivators in the fierce battle before he was struck to death by the lightning. But for a cultivator, if he could do it himself, he wouldn't be willing to entrust his hopes to others. Who knew how many of his companions were in the middle of the battlefield? Was there strength enough? Could he do his best to help him? A momentary lapse in thought had caused him to make the wrong choice. Otherwise, if they flew into the Greenfield immortal trace, they would naturally receive the protection of the willow leaves. With the three of them working together, no matter how heaven-defying the two heavens chosen cultivators were, they would still be able to escape safely if they couldn't defeat them. His current choice was harming others and himself. His actions had indeed hidden himself without a trace. The dead tree instantly lost its position on him. A cruel smile crossed Wu Guang's face. Wu Guang would never know that his dead tree's thunder had memories. The remnants of the thunder of the North Pole were still on his body and would not completely dissipate within a few breaths of time. This gave Ku Mu enough time to activate the thunder of the North Pole. After 2 breaths of time, the most powerful Great Hole thunder in his lightning bank brewed and formed. With a crack, Wu Guang, who thought he had succeeded, was cleaved through. Temporarily in the state of breath control, he couldn't display all of his defenses. Under the Great Hole thunder, he was cleaved into a puff of green smoke. 4 breaths. Ku Mu transmitted to Ta Luo. He had fulfilled his promise. Ta Luo defended himself like a rock in the Greenfield immortal trace. He didn't have any good methods to deal with Liu Yi's Greenfield barrier, so he simply stood still like a mountain and followed the supreme principle of street gangsters. He restrained Chang Kong and didn't let go, but opened up his thickest skin in front of Liu Yi and let her attack. This was a very smart strategy. The Qing Wei immortal sect was known for being ethereal. They were the best at moving without a shadow, harming others without hurting them. They would leave after one attack and never force things. When it came to female cultivators like Liu Yi, this kind of flexibility was displayed to the extreme. At the same time, it also weakened his ability to break through sturdiness to below standard. First, it was the grass growth technique, but it was ineffective against the pagoda. Then, it was the sky attack technique, but it also couldn't penetrate the skin. Finally, it was the invasion of the Tao of life, but it couldn't solve the most urgent problem at the moment. After 4 breaths of time, the opportunity was gone. Ku Mu turned back. Juzian's advantage in numbers was no longer there. It was dangerous. Should they fight or fight? The experienced Chang Kong immediately made a decision: leave. The significance of leaving was that they might encounter Juzian's companions. Of course, they might encounter another strong enemy, but there were always variables. Unlike now, when the two Heaven's Choice cultivators no longer held back and went all out, he sadly discovered that there was still a gap between him and the other party. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to do anything to the other party. In fact, the best opportunity to escape was when Kumu fought Wu Guang, but how could he abandon his fellow cultivator and escape alone? Chang Kong was ready to fight to the death. Chapter 1205. Chang Kong had already made up his mind. He was also a decisive person. He raised a gourd in his hand and threw out hundreds of pills from the gourd. All of a sudden, the green field was filled with dazzling medicinal power. It was originally the enchantment of the green field immortal track. Because of the addition of the gourd pills, the enchantment turned into a huge cauldron. He wanted to use Ta Luo's pagoda as a pill to refine. He waved the pill to form a cauldron and gathered the power to form a fire. Liu Yi understood her partner's thoughts very well. She changed the enchantment of the green field slightly and turned it into a dense mist in the cauldron to increase the power of the pill. She also attacked Deadwood from the side to prevent his lightning. Deadwood looked at it and couldn't solve the art of pill refinement for a while. A lightning cultivator like him was very straightforward, but he wasn't good at the twists and turns of the Great Tao. Thus, he made a slight distinction and focused his attack on Chang Kong. He solved Ta Luo's danger and also couldn't locate Liu Yi in the green field. The situation of the battle instantly became intense. The four of them were in a stalemate. While Chang Kong and Ta Luo were fighting each other, Chang Kong was still using the cloud-breaking pill to interfere with Deadwood's lightning gathering. Ta Luo's pagoda was also devouring Liu Yi's green field. Deadwood didn't forget to look for traces of Liu Yi when he was using lightning to attack Chang Kong. While Liu Yi harassed Deadwood, she didn't forget to add more fire to the Heaven and Earth pill furnace. On the surface, this kind of battle would ultimately depend on the depth of their cultivation. From this point, Zhu Xian and Liu Yi's orthodox cultivation was definitely not weaker than Heaven's Choice. In fact, they were even slightly higher. This was the reason why Chang Kong chose to use the pill to form a cauldron to refine Ta Luo. In this kind of entanglement, Dead Tree was unable to display the speed of lightning. In front of him was vast sky breaking through the clouds, and beside him was Willow Leaf's endless harassment. Although her attack power was not strong, it was endless and continuous. This caused Dead Tree to only be able to display 50% to 60% of his lightning power, which was not enough to threaten vast sky. This was the rhythm of Zhu Xian and also the rhythm of orthodox Taoism. It belonged to the category of an upright battle. However, the two cultivators from Heaven's Choice weren't ordinary people. Zhu Xian walked the righteous path, but they preferred to walk the unorthodox path. The change started from Ta Luo. Chang Kong had already used his Heaven and Earth alchemy, but his pagoda had yet to display its true ability. Inside the pagoda, the tarot was the soul of the pagoda. Within the Heaven and Earth cauldron, the edges and corners of the pagoda were already showing signs of melting. This was the sign of refining the pagoda into a pill. He was not in a hurry. The mana in his body flowed and rushed to the highest level. For a moment, the seventh level of the pagoda shone in all directions. The uncrowned level melted down like mercury. In an instant, the entire pagoda was restored to its original state. At the same time, half of the power of Liu Yi's greenfield enchantment was devoured. Her figure also became vaguely visible. The sudden change caught Zhu Xian and Zhu Xian unprepared. It was obvious that Taro was borrowing the power of the willow leaf enchantment to restore himself. If he could continue like this, Chang Kong's Heaven and Earth cauldron would never be able to kill him unless he refined his Tao companion, Liu Yi, first. This was not the worst. The worst thing was that Liu Yi realized that her enchantment was already somewhat out of control. Not only did Ta Luo borrow the power of her enchantment, he also used it to create a certain connection with her. It was a connection that could not be severed. The change was continuous. As soon as the pagoda was restored, it expanded and contracted rapidly. The pagoda was inverted. Ta Luo relied on the connection created by absorbing the power of Liu Yi's enchantment for a short period of time and accurately found Liu Yi's position. With this, she was immediately trapped at the bottom of the pagoda. In an instant, because of Ta Luo's magical powers, the situation began to change. The lightning power of the withered tree began to recover to 70 to 80%. As for Liu Yi, who was trapped at the bottom of the pagoda, it was hard to say how long she could last. Chang Kong sighed. He knew that the situation was hopeless. Because of his summons, even his Dao companion could be buried here like him. When a cultivator reached this stage, the only way was to fight. His Dao companion. Sister Liu, I want to throw the pill. Liu Yi's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Kong, even if we can't support each other, we should still walk together. At this moment, Chang Kong showed his responsibility. He did not care about his Dao companion's objections. While he still had some leeway, if he did not send her out, he was afraid that they would really become a pair of short-lived lovers. Pill cultivation, pill throwing was a very profound technique. That was the last step to test the cultivator's power when the pill was formed. Only if the pill was thrown well, the soul of the big pill could be sacrificed. However, he was using it now because he wanted to send his Dao companion out so that she could avoid the pain of being suppressed by the pagoda. For a moment, the entire heavenly elixir furnace shook violently. Accompanied by lightning and thunder outside the withered tree, the virtual furnace expanded and contracted. This cycle repeated 3 times and suddenly exploded. The main force was targeted at the huge pagoda. At the same time, Liu Yi at the bottom of the pagoda was also instantly thrown far away. Ta Luo, who was in the midst of the drastic change, did not panic in the face of danger. With another wave of his mana, he had already swung to the 6th level, the lice building. While being attacked by the pill throwing, the pagoda shrank like a louse and clung tightly to Liu Yi's back like a parasite. At the same time, taking advantage of the impact of the pill throwing, the tip of the pagoda stabbed into Liu Yi's back. This was only a matter of a moment. Chang Kong's efforts did not achieve the desired effect. His Dao companion was also likely to be in danger. His heart was like dead ashes, and he no longer had his previous restraint. Instead, he did not hesitate to use his mana and launched a crazy attack on the withered tree. The withered tree smiled slightly. His old friend's pagoda was indeed magical. Its effect in this kind of positional battle was much better than his lightning. He was not worried about his old friend's safety. That female cultivator's fate had long been determined. Once she was sucked in by the lice building, she had never been able to escape. Now, in a one-on-one battle, without a barrier or the heavenly elixir furnace, it was time for him to use his lightning. Let them send these 2 people from Juzian on their last journey. There was no future in fighting by the rules. Once the battle situation changed, they would immediately be caught off guard. Liu Yi was thrown far away by a huge force. She could not control herself. Her heart ached for her Dao companion's safety, but she could not return for the time being. At this moment, a heart-wrenching pain came over. It was unbearable. For cultivators, pain was never a big problem. Even if they cut off their hands and feet, they could still endure it. However, the pain this time was extraordinary. It seemed to come from the depths of her soul. At the same time, it was accompanied by a large amount of mana leaking out of her soul. Only then did she see clearly what was attached to her back. Even her divine sense was in chaos. She had lost the calmness that a cultivator should not lose the most. Even if she had lost the power to fling the pill, she was still flying aimlessly. It was as if she was not flying for a certain purpose but just wanted to relieve the pain by running. Her hair was disheveled, her face was ferocious, and she screamed. She no longer had the grace of the past. She had turned from a fairy into a ferocious ghost. The lice building formed by the tarot was tightly sucking and swallowing. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Before long, this female cultivator would turn into a human skin. He never dared to show this lice-building technique in front of others. Only a few old friends knew about it. He was afraid that he would be seen as a heretic who respected Dao. However, in this Dao realm space, outsiders could not see everything. It did not matter if he used it occasionally. The key was to win. Chapter 1206. Liu Yi's flight was completely without any direction or target. It didn't matter to Ta Luo. If she met the Heaven's Chosen One, it would be fine. If she met another cultivator from Juzian, he wouldn't mind killing another one. After flying for a while, Liu Yi's spiritual power had dropped to less than 30%. This was a dangerous value. If it went any lower and crossed the warning line, her spiritual power would be lost faster and faster. Liu Yi could feel that her end was coming. Her heart was dead. She was not afraid of death, but she had never thought that she would end up so miserable, being killed by a sword or being thrown to death by a spell. Even if there were no bones left, it was better than being left with a piece of human skin. She had to suffer such great pain before dying. This Daoist's Taoist magic was too vicious. In the main world, he would be hated by everyone. It was because of this that she didn't have the slightest vigilance. Otherwise, if she was a little more careful before being thrown to death, she wouldn't have to carry such a vicious tower. There was a cultivator's aura in front. Liu Yi didn't dare to take any chances. It was meaningless to meet the Heaven's Chosen One. If she met Juzian's companions, wouldn't they be dragged down by her? Such a sinister and cunning enemy was following behind her. If she didn't notice, she would definitely be unlucky. Since she knew that she would die, she didn't want to drag her companions down. Only in this way could someone help her take revenge. She couldn't send out her divine sense because the cunning Ta Luo had cut off her divine sense in advance. She could only fly to avoid this aura and fly. Ta Luo could control her divine sense transmission, but he couldn't control her body for the time being. He could only let her change direction. But the aura obviously had a purpose. It changed direction as she changed direction. Obviously, this was to fight as an encounter, but in her current situation, how could there be an encounter? There was only a sneak attack. Ta Luo chuckled in her divine sense. You are kind and can't bear to hurt your companions. But others take your kindness as ill intent and take the initiative to come to you. Fine, I will suck him again and turn the two of you into a pair of human skin. What do you think? The fairy of Qingwei immortal sect is naked with a strange man after death. 2 human skins are hanging there. You don't know if it will lead to rumors from your opponent. This was actually an excuse to infuriate her so that she would break down as soon as possible. The faster she collapsed, the more confident Taro would be in dealing with this possible opponent. He wouldn't have to worry about her causing trouble. Of course, with her current situation, she probably wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The oil lamp had run out and was not far from death. Even an immortal would not be able to save her. It was impossible for him to leave 2 human skins for others to see. Otherwise, with so many young spirits present, he would not be able to escape punishment. The speed of this person was faster than expected, because this was a person who had not met his opponent even after circling back and forth. When Liu Yi saw this person, she knew that she was saved, but she wasn't sure if she should approach him. She had too much fear towards this louse on her back. He also knew that the swordsman's skills were all in the sword, but he might not be able to pull off any sinister trick. Ta Luo was also shocked. Why did he bump into such a guy? As for Juzian's group of 9, both he and Kumu agreed that the swordsman was the most terrifying. What was frightening was that he had been killing in an instant, but he had never revealed his true sword skill. Senior Liu Yi, what's wrong with you? Is it because the battle is too intense that you don't even care about your appearance? The slug has always mentioned you and asked me to take care of you. The heavens have taken pity on me and finally let me see you. Lu Xiaoyi's face was full of concern, and he was full of pity. He was completely unguarded, just like a person who had seen his companion injured and was extremely concerned. Ta Luo, who was on his back, almost couldn't control his thoughts of continuing to lie dormant. He thought that if he didn't sneak attack him, he would be letting down this chance encounter, but he suddenly remembered how the previous opponents of this swordsman had died. They all thought that they had succeeded, and it was all wishful thinking. They all felt that everything was under their control, but in the end, they died in vain and unjustly. In that case, should he repeat the same mistake now? At the very least, they could still fight openly. His current louse form couldn't withstand a beating. The louse form gave him an abnormal absorption ability, but it also gave him a fragile body. At this point, he no longer hesitated and jumped up. The louse form had already begun to transform into the pagoda form. At the same time as he jumped up, a ray of light silently streaked past his original position. That was close. I almost got crushed again. In terms of slyness, this swordsman wouldn't lose to anyone. Before the pagoda was fully restored, it was bathed in the baptism of the storm of sword. That ray of light followed up, and by the time the pagoda reached the second level, there were already 100 rays of light, and the pagoda was full of holes. By the time the pagoda reached the fourth level, there were already 10,000 rays of light, and the number of holes had increased. By the time Ta Luo's pagoda reached the sixth level, hundreds of thousands of rays of light covered the sky, and the seventh level of the pagoda could no longer be condensed. This was because Ta Luo had no choice but to focus on repairing the first 6 levels. Tens of thousands of Heaven's chosen cultivators had never seen this swordsman's sword light before, and only he had seen it. There was only one word to describe it: brutal. It was very bitter, because he suddenly understood a truth, and that was to never look at something that no one had ever seen before. That could be luck, but it could also be unbearable pain. In the face of pure brutality, all petty tricks, schemes, and traps were useless. The brick kept spinning like a windmill. Let me ask you, how hard is your head? It was a completely different style. It didn't have Chang Kong's stability, nor did it have Liu Yi's fluttering immortal. It just kept spinning. Just kept on. His pagoda could block the attacks, but the flying swords weren't rain. He could also block the large-scale forbidden technique Heaven Falls and Earth Rends, but the flying swords were endless. When quantity and power were perfectly combined, other than swinging like him, there seemed to be no better way. The key was that he didn't even have the chance to swing. Out of the 7 levels of the pagoda, 6 levels were already full of holes, and not a single level could release a divine ability. This was because the wind was leaking everywhere. The pagoda had a certain resistance to damage, and as long as the damage wasn't too serious, it could still be used. But now, his pagoda was about to become a shack, and the wind was blowing in from all directions without any obstruction. Under such a blow, he had no choice but to shrink his pagoda to 5 levels in order to better concentrate his power. He regretted that he should have started to build the pagoda the moment he saw this swordsman. Although he thought highly of this person, it was still not enough, far from enough. In the end, he missed the opportunity, and by the time he reacted, he couldn't even erect the pagoda. If he couldn't erect the pagoda, he was nothing. He couldn't run away either. Taro was very clear-headed. If he couldn't expose himself in front of the swordsman, he would really become a grass target. 5 levels still wasn't enough, so he changed it to 4, then 3, then 2. Finally, the tall building became a bungalow. He was somewhat envious of his companions who died in a single strike. At the very least, they didn't suffer. Chapter 1207. Fortunately, the pagoda didn't have a foundation. Otherwise, it would have been pressed into the basement. Liu Yi retreated to the distance and stared blankly at the battle. It seemed to be a completely different concept from their previous battle. Previously, they had spent a lot of effort to maintain a balance. Even so, the two of them couldn't do it with all their strength. Ignoring the fact that Ku Mu had quickly killed the other Juzian cultivator, Ta Luo's pagoda divine technique had made the two of them helpless. Now, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength at that time. He was just restraining them, afraid that they would run away. She had to admit that even if she had been more careful at that time, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape from Ta Luo's unpredictable secret technique. However, such a person was like a different person when the opponent changed. Not to mention resisting, they couldn't even fight back. This was not only a difference in orthodoxy, but also a difference in tactics, and even more so a difference in philosophy. She was still thinking about whether she should find an opportunity to help. Even if she had to give up her life, she had to keep this vicious Daoist here. But now, It seemed that it had nothing to do with her at all. There was no suspense. It was the kind of complete suppression with no hope of a comeback. She had a new understanding of the essence of battle. Battle was battle, and it should be left to the professionals. As for the two of them, they were Daoist companions. In the end, they were just alchemists. Even if he had integrated battle into alchemy, she was just a vase. What she was pursuing was like her immortal track of ounce. It was hard to say whether it was a barrier created to kill people or to satisfy her pursuit of the immortal track of ounce. It was also at this moment that an unforgettable pain came from the depths of her soul. It was the pain of being absorbed by Ta Luo just now. Thus, she knew that Chang Kong had left. Ta Luo wasn't without proof. After his initial carelessness caused him to be at a disadvantage, he knew very well that he couldn't fight head-on. Thus, he chose to take advantage of the situation and chose to endure, and in the midst of enduring, he retreated step by step. The purpose of reducing the 6-story pagoda to 1 floor was very clear. It was to reduce the opponent's wariness to the greatest extent and condense his strength at the last moment. How could his pagoda be so simple? What others saw was only the outer tower, and it was only an external manifestation. He still had an inner tower, and in his heart, it was still intact. As long as the inner tower was not destroyed, it would be easy to repair the outer tower. However, there was no point in repairing it now because his opponent would destroy it faster than he could repair it. When he reduced the outer tower to 1 level, he couldn't reduce it any further because there had to be 1 level for his body to reside in. Next, when the swordsman was satisfied, he would use the inner tower to activate his ability and pass through the last level of the outer tower. Therefore, in terms of attack power, it really didn't matter whether the outer tower had 1 or 7 floors. The 7-story pagoda had 7 powerful abilities: toppling ground, sea gazing, cloud gathering, star shattering, black form, lice tower, crownless. Among them, crownless was the ultimate defensive ability and couldn't be used to attack. Lice tower's body was too weak and wasn't suitable to attack a strong opponent like the swordsman. Furthermore, he couldn't attach himself to the swordsman either. The swordsman was obviously prepared for this ability of his, or he wouldn't have used the dark sword at the beginning. In that case, he only had 5 offensive abilities that he could use. He didn't expect to win, but he hoped to get a chance to breathe and recover all 7 floors of the outer tower. This way, he would be able to obtain a complete defensive state, and then, he would wait for his old friend's support. He knew very well that from the beginning until the end, it was already impossible for him to defeat this sword cultivator by himself, and fleeing was even a brainless plan. So, Ku Mu was his last hope. It was a bit embarrassing, but he couldn't care less if he wanted to save his own life. He had to hurry. The first floor of the pagoda was having a hard time withstanding the hundreds of thousands of sword rays. This was his last shelter. Without this layer, even if the pagoda in his heart was intact, where could he hide his physical body? Just as he was about to activate sea gazing, the pagoda outside faintly reacted. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly teleported and disappeared from his sight. However, the sword rays didn't change at all. They were still crazily stabbing at him. It was exactly the same as when Daoist Kumu killed Juzian's supporter with lightning, a long-range attack that was out of sight. The flying swords seemed to have grown eyes. Hundreds of thousands of sword rays circled around him, leaving him no place to hide. What was worse was that Taro's ability couldn't be activated because he couldn't see his opponent. The difference between abilities and spells was that they could be activated faster and more stealthily, and their power was also greater. However, they couldn't get rid of the awkwardness of not being able to see their opponent. It wasn't like long-range spells or flying swords. As long as I could sense you from afar, I could attack even if I couldn't see you. Taro's awkwardness lay in the fact that because he was in the pagoda, he was also greatly restricted in his escape. How could he outrun flying swords that were known for their speed? If he abandoned the pagoda and fled, how could he ensure that his physical body would remain intact under the attack of the flying swords? If he didn't abandon the pagoda, he could only take a beating. If he abandoned the pagoda, he would be beaten even harder in a short period of time. Because he couldn't use his abilities, all of his counterattacks would be useless. Aggrieved. It was an extremely depressing and sullen feeling. He wasn't much stronger than those who were killed in one move. At least he wasn't depressed. The hundreds of thousands of sword rays not only contained various Tao realm transformations, but also turned into words in the air. Are you depressed? Do you feel wronged? Do you feel that the whole world has betrayed you? Do you feel that the heavens are unfair? That the heavens are unfair? Do you know why I killed you? Everyone loves beauty. I don't object to you turning someone into a widow. However, it's inappropriate for you to turn a widow into something that's neither human nor ghost. What a waste of natural resources. How can others use them? What else do you have to say? Do you need to take care of your wife and daughter? How are you going to distribute your assets? We can discuss it. If the price is good, I don't mind selling you a coffin. Taro left. Because he really couldn't stand the trash talk. The deep sense of powerlessness and helplessness that he had placed on Liu Yi had now returned to him. He had thought that he might fail in the space of the Dao tablet, but he didn't expect it to be in such a way. Because the outer tower did not have a complete defense, Wu Ming did not appear. As a result, he was constantly being attacked, unable to even find a target to counterattack. His ability was always successful in positional warfare. However, when he encountered the swordsman who was fast and used long-range attacks, his weaknesses were magnified infinitely and his advantages couldn't be used. When Deadwood arrived, there was already no hope. Because Liu Yi had been flying for a few minutes, how could he hold on for a few minutes in his current situation? He could only count in breath. Before he died, he made a final counterattack. He abandoned the pagoda and transformed to escape. Unfortunately, it was just as he had expected. How could he escape the river of hundreds of thousands of sword rays? He didn't even use a single one of his skills. Chapter 1208. I'm sorry. I can't leave him alive for you to personally take revenge. People like him, as long as there's a chance, they can't be controlled. Lu Xiaoyi apologized. He had never interacted with Liu Yi, but he had heard from the slug that she was a very good senior sister. Thank you. I've troubled you. Liu Yi had already recovered her previous calmness and was still as elegant as an immortal, but Lu Xiaoyi could feel that something had changed in her, which made him very worried. But I'll continue to trouble you. Junior brother, please don't find me troublesome. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Senior sister, I'm actually the most afraid of trouble. Why don't you trouble others after you go out? He could feel that this senior sister was leaning towards something, so he refused. Liu Yi smiled and said, let me finish my words first. That demonic Daoist's lice wound has irreversible effects on me. Whether I can walk out of this space or not, the possibility is not high for me. I can also see that with Junior brother's ability, I can't help you much. Instead, I'll be a burden. Don't deny it. After cultivating for nearly 1,000 years, if I still can't see this, then I'm really useless. She sighed. Because she had made a decision, she was very relaxed. Don't make me follow you. Leave me some dignity, okay? I have the right to decide my own future. Let me be happy, okay? Lu Xiaoyi was silent. Being a cultivator was a proud profession. Martial Uncle Mi was like this, and now Liu Yi was the same. Living with a crippled body was a choice, so was following one's heart. He shouldn't interfere too much. Doing what one should do was the philosophy of a cultivator. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyi didn't object, Liu Yi was very gratified. She was most afraid that this junior brother would force himself for the so-called friendship, and in the end, make everyone uncomfortable. She was a cultivator first, and then a woman second. In terms of wisdom, she didn't think that women and men were different. She took out a few storage rings. Give the things here to my master. I've already left her a letter. You'll know when you see it. I won't say thank you because what you did for me, a mere thank you is not enough. Senior sister is useless. I can only owe you a favor in this lifetime. She clasped her hands deeply, then floated away. After flying a short distance, she realized that this junior brother of hers had not followed her. This made her very satisfied. Thus, he stood still and made a hand seal. Life is fleeting, and looking back on 1,000 years, he felt sad. The severity of her injuries was not a lie. It was not that he could not recover in the future, but there was a limit to his recovery. What about after that? There was definitely no hope of becoming a true monarch, so what was the point of living for another 200 years? She had to protect the pride of the Qingwei immortal sect. She couldn't accept the fact that she needed someone to take care of her in this half-crippled state. Even if they couldn't help, at least they wouldn't add to the mess. This was also a contribution to the reputation of their sect. Most importantly, the person she loved most had already left, leaving her all alone. She had nothing left to live for. She did not say anything about Long Sky. He didn't want his grudges to affect other people's judgment. In the world of cultivation, the struggle for the Tao was something she could see clearly. As for Ku Mu, as long as this chaotic battle continued, he would definitely not be able to escape from this junior brother of hers. That was not only his strength, but also his fighting instincts, extreme insight, and meticulous thinking. She did not say anything, but this junior brother of hers knew that there was a louse behind her back. Before Ta Luo could start to counterattack, he had already escaped from her sight. She really had nothing to say to such a person. It was like a rabbit wanting to teach a tiger how to fight. The best way was to say nothing, and everything would be as usual. She was just an example of someone who had lost a battle, and there was nothing else involved. In her current state, no matter who she met in the Tao tablet space, she would die. She also did not want to fight anymore. After cultivating for 1,000 years, it was time to think for herself. When she was alone with Long Sky, the two of them often joked about what they would do if they were separated from each other one day. There was no answer, but each of them had an answer. Although she did not know what Long Sky would do, she had her own method. It was a method that only people who had been intimate with each other for a long time could use. It was a feeling of blood connection. This kind of secret technique could not be spread to outsiders, and to be honest, there was not much chance of success. Hoping to reunite in the next life was even more difficult than reincarnating and cultivating again. It was just a thought, a dream. The main thing was that she was tired, and had no goal. She would endure the gazes of others looking at her as a failure for another 200 years. What was the point of exhausting her master's treatment? According to the secret technique, Liu Yi began a complicated self-destruction process. She was very grateful to this junior brother of hers. At least, he allowed her to finish the last part of her life with dignity. Her last memories were those distant memories, the happy days when she was with Long Sky. After living like this for nearly 1,000 years, she should be satisfied. A figure was moving as fast as lightning, and Ku Mu was following Ta Luo's aura closely. This was originally a glorious victory, and Ta Luo could deal with that woman as easily as blowing off dust. It was much easier than dealing with Long Sky, who was risking his life. However, his old friend had not returned, which gave him a bad feeling. The closer he got, the stronger this feeling was. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to cause harm to a powerful cultivator like Ta Luo in such a short time. The only capable cultivators were those two from Juzian, Mo and Shong Yuan. However, even these two people could not determine the winner in such a short time, right? He was very clear about his old friend's strength. He was not as good as him, but his role in a positional battle was irreplaceable. This characteristic was not good in a one-on-one battle, but in a chaotic group battle, it was indispensable. This was also the reason why the two of them worked together. He was very eager to know the truth and was not worried about the possible gathering of his opponents. Where else could they gather? In the battle just now, two of the people from Juzian were dead and one was disabled. That female cultivator did not have any combat power at all. What was there to be afraid of? After a few moments, he came to a space. He realized that this was the place where Ta Luo's final battle took place. Things were obvious. There were still remnants of his old friend Ta Luo in the space. These tiny remnants proved one thing. He sighed in his heart and took a whiff of the aura. After carefully identifying it, he quickly confirmed that there were still very slight remnants of sword aura. It was that swordsman, Mo. It could only be him. In a one-on-one battle, Ta Luo, who was good at positional battles, would be in trouble if he encountered the swordsman who could move unhindered. Only that swordsman's powerful attack could break through the pagoda's defense in such a short time. After carefully calculating the time, he realized that the battle had ended just a few moments ago. This made him even more vigilant. Even with Ta Luo's defense, the time he lasted could only be counted in breaths. He had always thought that a lightning cultivator would have an advantage over a swordsman because lightning was faster than flying swords. However, it seemed that the strength of the swordsman's flying swords was beyond his imagination. He needed to be more cautious. Perhaps, he should consider looking for a few more helpers. Chapter 1209. Unknowingly, the balance of victory and defeat began to tilt towards the side of Heaven's choice. The people in the game could not understand all of this, but the young gods outside were clear about it. Yuanxia young god frowned. We only have 3 left, and Heaven's choice has 6 left. This round is dangerous. Xian Liuzi asked, do you know which 3 are left? Yuanxia young god sighed, Shang Yuan is still here, I don't know about the rest. Xian Liuzi said, the space of the Tao tablet is showing signs of instability. These Heaven's choice people have good timing. Yuanxia young god snorted, yes, it's not bad. Even if it's left for our own people, it's still a fake defy. As the sword light circulated, a Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon was produced. Lu Xiaoyi quickly moved away from the battlefield, some doubts in his heart. His opponent was just a relatively ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator of the Heaven's Choice stage. His attack this time was not neat enough. Or rather, it could be said that his opponent was very lucky and managed to avoid his fatal attacks several times. You can dodge the first time, but you can't dodge the second time. After leaving Liu Yi, he did not meet Zhu Xian's companions again. The only person he met was this Heaven's Choice person, so he was not very clear about the overall situation. However, one thing was clear, and that was that the final victor was not far away. This was because the space of the Tao tablet had begun to show signs of instability. On this point, they felt it especially strongly. When the source of the Tao finally disappeared, there would be a source point, and only at the source point would it be possible to obtain the so-called epiphany. This also meant that the location of the final battle would be near this source point, forcing them to decide who was better. His attitude was that it was better to go early than late. Why hide? If there was a chance, he would kill a few first. If there was no chance, he would run away. If he wanted to block people from the outside, his luck was not good enough. He did not like this kind of cat and mouse. It was tiring to find and difficult to hide. Why bother? With the signs, he did not hesitate to release his aura and let himself become the torch in the darkness, so that they would not come looking for him. During this process, he could faintly feel that there were people spying on him, but no one really came up. It seemed like they were planning to win by relying on numbers. But it didn't matter. If he wanted to leave, no one here could stop him. 2 hours later, he began to approach the possible origin point. He also discovered 2 auras near the origin point. Thus, he guided his flying sword and charged forward. Regardless of whether they were friends or foes, he was the only swordsman out of the 18 people who entered. If they were on his side, they would definitely shout out. If they didn't say anything, they must be the chosen ones. It was that simple. No one made a sound. The moment the flying swords made contact, Lu Xiaoyi immediately understood who he had encountered. It was 2 monks. Among the 9 people of Heaven's Choice, there were 2 monks, Guangchang Bodhisattva and Zongba Lama. If there were 2 of them, so be it. He would just treat it as fighting one. There was no psychological burden. Now that he had fought with the Buddhist disciples for a long time, he had already built up enough confidence. The 2 monks did not move and accepted the battle calmly. Lama Zongba transformed into a golden Buddha, his entire body shining with golden light. Bodhisattva Pingru transformed into a guardian god, lifting a living snake. This kind of battle form was the most ancient way of Buddhism. It still retained the rigid understanding of Buddhism. It was a bit like Chungkong's understanding of Taoism. Because it was clumsy, it seemed very practical. The concept of their battle was to drag you into an endless battle of attrition. Do you think it's stupid? However, it was actually the essence of cultivation. The two monks looked like a master and a servant, a bodhisattva and his guardian, complementing each other. In fact, it was just a coincidence. The more mediocre one was Zongba, who transformed into a Buddha, while the more powerful one was Pingru, who transformed into a guardian god. The Buddhism of Heaven's Choice was still not quite the same as the main world. It was more original, unlike the main world, which had been changed beyond recognition over a long period of time. The two monks were also very direct. They were not far away from the source of the Tao. Their meaning was very clear. They would definitely obtain the enlightenment of the impermanence Tao. If you have the ability, then chase us away. The pitch-black space of the Tao tablet was as bright as day. Not only was there a bright river of sword energy, but there was also the golden Buddha Dharma idol. The collision between the two sides was intense and had their own methods. The monks were always like this, while Lu Xiaoyi was always on guard against the darkness outside the light. There was also a faint peeping gaze. Juzian's situation was probably not good. Those who came to the source of the Tao were all cultivators of Heaven's Choice. However, it did not matter. He needed to find out the background of the two monks, and at the same time, find out the guy hiding in the dark. Someone was peeping at him from the side, and he could not use his full strength. This was very dangerous in a battle between top-level Yuanying. Just like how Taro could not turn over if he made a single mistake, he did not want to end up in the same situation. The most important thing was that this hidden person might be that lightning Kishi dead tree. Under the lightning, even he could not react in time. He had to be careful. His luck was not good. He guessed wrong again. Ever since he entered the space of the Tao tablet, his luck seemed to have been bad. Outside the source of the Tao, there were two other battles. Dead Tree and Bitter Hand Hua who were fighting, and it would take time to determine the victor. Shang Yuan was fighting another Heaven's Choice expert, and it was not something that could be settled in a short time. These people had all met on the way to the source of the Tao. They could feel the light coming from the direction of the source of the Tao, but none of them dared to give up on the enemy beside them. Relatively speaking, a battle between two people was always easier to control. Once it entered a chaotic battle, some things could not be explained clearly. Lu Xiaoyi did not know this, but with his personality, he would not place his hopes on his companions. He needed to test the strength of the two monks as soon as possible, and then create a dangerous situation to force out the hidden guy. Zongba Lama's golden Buddha was very threatening. The golden light was not for showing off, but more to gain insight into the enemy. Under the golden light, whether it was Lu Xiaoyi's escape or the sword traces of hundreds of thousands of flying swords, everything would be clearly illuminated by the golden light. This was a Buddha that was both offensive and defensive. From the looks of it, it was more focused on defense. The troublesome one was the Guangchang Bodhisattva, who cultivated the guardian deity statue, which had 9 transformations. It was like a broken body, like a double face, like a human head 3 times, like a lion beast 4 times, like a treasured sword 5 times, like a living snake 6 times, like a great pestle 7 times, like a Buddhist banner 8 times, like an owl 9 times. Each statue had its own supernatural power. In the previous 2 battles, Lu Xiaoyi had seen many of them. He had seen the incomparably powerful wielding of the great pestle, the brutality and ferocity of the lion beast, the death entanglement of the living snake, the myriad transformations of the Buddhist banner, and the peck of 1,000 soldiers of the owl. Just these 5 statues of the guardian deity were already difficult to deal with, not to mention the 4 that had yet to be used. The broken body statue, the double face statue, the head statue, and the treasured sword statue. It was not easy to force these 2 monks into a corner. Chapter 12:10. The best way to lure out the mastermind was to expose a major flaw in his body. He did not want to do so as it would put him in danger instead. There was only one way left, which was to let one of the 2 monks live or die in an instant. The current Guangchang Bodhisattva had transformed into a Dharma protector holding a Buddhist banner. As the banner fluttered and trembled, Buddhist power rippled. He had both offensive and defensive capabilities and walked the more ordinary path of Buddhism. However, his Buddhist power was solid and well-behaved. For a Dharma protector like him, it was useless to destroy one as he could immediately transform into another Dharma protector. Lu Xiaoyi had already killed one of his Dharma protectors who was holding a live snake. Now, it became a Dharma protector holding a Buddhist banner. Moreover, he suspected that another Dharma protector holding a live snake could be created if necessary. Which one was Guangchang Bodhisattva's fatal point? Or could it be that the life route could be changed back and forth between the 9 Dharma protectors? Or could it be that the 9 Dharma protectors were merged into one? He could not make a judgment for now. Therefore, he could only place his attention on Lama Zongba, who was a golden Buddha. He had tested the golden Buddha with various Tao realms during his sword chi trial. It was very magical. There was a feeling that it was impervious to all Tao realms and techniques. Especially the 12 meat buns on the top of the Buddha. They had a very obvious transformation effect. Only pure strength would not be weakened. This was a test of actual combat and it could not be fooled. These 2 monks practiced the Mahayana Dharma, which was the most popular Dharma in ancient times. It was different from the Hinayana Dharma that was popular in the main world. The most fundamental difference was that they did not have a deep understanding of the application of merit. This made it difficult for him to use the power of merit. As the 2 sides exchanged blows, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly exerted his strength. With a leap, he broke away from the Guangchang Dharma protector. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of sword lights converged. Without any Tao state, it was purely the accumulation of power as it violently slashed at the golden Buddha. As the sword light flashed, the golden Buddha's light dimmed for a moment before returning to normal. However, one of the 12 meat buns had disappeared. If one looked closely, one could see that the original meat buns on the scalp were slowly bulging. It would only take some time for the meat buns to return to normal. When mortals looked at the Buddha, they would misunderstand the buns on the Buddha's head, thinking that they were braided hair buns. This was not right as they were meat buns, not hair buns. Of course, it wasn't a skin disease. The Buddha had 32 signs and 80 kinds of good. Then, the lump on the Buddha's head was one of the 32 signs. It was called the meat bun in the 32 signs. Meat bun, Sanskrit name we use greasy sand, also known as meat bun appearance, bun, top bun appearance, top meat 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 bun appearance. Of course, a real great Buddha would have countless lumps. However, with Zongba's current level, it was not easy for him to create 12 lumps on his Dharma form. It was the essence of his lifetime of cultivation. His fighting style was somewhat similar to Ta Luo's. It was less sinister and unpredictable, but more majestic. Once the sword was unleashed, he did not stop. His figure instantly appeared in another direction. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of sword lights once again converged and slashed, cutting off another lump. It was obvious that the swordsman was planning to kill all 12 of them before the lump returned to normal. He wanted to see what other tricks Zongba had up his sleeves. Was it because he was fast? Or was it because he was growing fast? This was the best way to deal with an ancient Buddha like Zongba. He could only use his strength to defeat his opponent, but he could not use tricks like he did with Ta Luo. With Zongba's character and orthodoxy, he would never use unconventional methods like Ta Luo and turn himself into a louse. Everyone knew whether or not they could grow faster than the lumps. If they were to cultivate lumps like Zongba, they would probably be killed even if there were another 12. The 2 monks did not expect the swordsman's sword to be so powerful. It was so powerful that they could not bear it. When Lu Xiaoyi cut off the 3rd lump on Great Buddha Zongba's head, even Guangchang could not sit idly by. Zongba's role seemed to be of little value, like a big decoration, but in fact, its significance was also very important. With him around, under the golden light, the swordsman's sword would always be traceable. He could also attract most of the swordsman's firepower. If Guangchang was the only one dealing with it, he would have cut off his body. Even though he had 9 bodies, his recovery speed was not much faster than Zhongbia's. Hence, he gave up on the Buddha's banner and switched to the sword-wielding statue. Since he could not catch up to Zhongbia, he might as well not do so. He stood still and waved his hands. A large amount of sword light was released from his demon-subduing sword. Although it could not be compared to the swordsman's sword light division, it was still extremely sharp. Since it was also sword light, no matter how fast Lu Xiaoyi was, he had to divert some of his attention to defend himself. In other words, the pressure on Zhongbia's head was greatly reduced. It was also a good way to restrain Lu Xiaoyi. Buddha's sword light division? This was Lu Xiaoyi's first time seeing it. After splitting the sword light, he understood the power of Guangchang's sword guardian deity. It was actually not bad as it could reduce the power of his sword light by half. But this interference was not enough. The sword light division had already merged into his bloodline. The space in Sparrow Palace trembled and the frequency of his sword attacks became even faster. Guangchang suddenly realized that he had only restrained the swordsman for a few breaths. Very soon, the swordsman regained his rhythm by increasing the frequency of his sword attacks. Although it was still not as satisfying as before, it did not slow down by much. The bumps on Zhongbia's head were still resolutely being reduced. This was Lu Xiaoyi's rhythm. Continuous violent destruction. If it was in the past, he would not have been able to do it. But now that his nascent soul was close to 9 inches, the biggest change it brought to him was that he could continuously unleash his power for a very long time. For example, cutting bumps. To split the sword into hundreds of thousands of sword light, and then gather them to slash downwards, split them up again, and gather them again. In theory, it would take 12 consecutive times to see Zhongbia's final move. And this was even under Ping Ru subtraction. 1 bag, 2 bags, 5 bags, 6 bags. When there were only 2 bags left on Zhongbia's huge Buddha head, someone finally could not hold on any longer. Zhongbia could not hold on any longer because all his abilities were in these 12 bags. He was using his Dharma to hold on, and Ping Ru was helping him. Even so, he could not stop the momentum of being slashed. Hence, for the first time, there were signs of movement. But he was very clear that his movement was meaningless against the swordsman. Unless he gave up on the great golden Buddha Dharma form and escaped, he would not leave Guangchang alone here. Guangchang was also a little anxious. The guardian statue holding the treasured sword was obviously not enough to restrain the swordsman. Hence, he changed to another form, the double-face statue. The double-face statue was also known as the incarnation statue. One statue was defending, while the other was pouncing. This kind of pouncing was not a physical attack, but a spiritual attack. In one's line of sight, there was no way to hide. There was another person who could not hold on any longer, and that was the Daoist who had been observing in the dark. He was not here to watch the show. He was not that superficial. He just felt that with the 2 monks working together, he would not be able to combine forces. It was difficult for Taoists and Buddhists to work together. But now, he could no longer observe. If something happened to Zhongbia, what was the point of going up? Chapter 12:11. Everyone's reaction was within Lu Xiaoyi's expectations, but he was still faced with a choice. There were 3 choices. Firstly, Zhongbia was left with only 2 bumps on his head. What would happen if the bumps were gone? He was looking forward to it. Zhongbia would be at his weakest without bumps. If he missed this opportunity, it would be hard to get another one. At the very least, Zhongbia would not be as stubborn as he was this time. Secondly, there was the new Taoist. Lu Xiaoyi had been keeping an eye on this person. He had even left a few sword gleams in that direction to entertain his guest. He was not sure if he could take him down, but he had a high chance of catching him off guard and injuring him. Lastly, there was the most troublesome Guangchang Bodhisattva. This Bodhisattva was a little anxious now. In order to save Zhongbia, he did not consider his own safety. He had created a double-faced image, but he didn't know that Lu Xiaoyi was least afraid of a mental invasion. His Sparrow Palace was incomparably tough, and the worst thing was that he had 4 great Dao shards as accomplices. If he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with this most troublesome opponent, it seemed to be very reasonable. Lu Xiaoyi decided to walk a tightrope. To others, this might be greed, but to him, it was confidence. The Taoist waved his hand, and the large-scale forbidden technique, Grand Moon Primordial Fire, which he had prepared beforehand, swept towards Lu Xiaoyi. He had his reasons for choosing this forbidden technique. It was not good for single targets, so it would be easy to miss. However, if the area was larger, the probability of hitting would be much higher. Moreover, the Grand Moon Primordial Fire was highly permeable. Once it hit the body, it would be like gangrene attached to the bones, impossible to extinguish. It was the most suitable technique to deal with an opponent like the swordsman, who was as agile as the wind. At the same time, the other image of Guangchang Bodhisattva had already stuck close to Meng Qi. The two of them, one attacking the body, the other attacking the mind. Although they had never cooperated before, their cooperation was seamless. Even so, the two of them didn't dare to be careless in protecting themselves. The swordsman's strength was truly frightening. Even when he was surrounded by three top-notch experts of the same level, he was still able to advance and retreat with a sense of propriety. The ones who were forced to use their trump cards were the three who had the advantage in numbers. Just based on this point alone, it was really hard to say who would be cut down by the river of sword qi that was hanging upside down in the sky. This person is deceitful, we must guard against him. Lu Xiaoyi was still moving as if he was flying. He displayed the true essence of controlling the sword to the extreme. The sword qi in the sky gathered and suddenly chopped down. Out of the three opponents, two of them felt their hearts fall back into their stomachs, while the other had his eyes in his throat. The one who was struck was still Zhong Ba La. This made him very depressed. What's wrong? Are you trying to bully me? The sword light was still sharp, and there was only a bump left on Zhong Ba's head. It was lonely, like a horn that had yet to grow out. Thus, everyone knew that the swordsman's ultimate target was still Zhong Ba. Guangchang and the Taoist's attacks weren't ordinary either. They were both top-notch experts of the Yuanying realm, so how could Zhong Ba La ignore them and use his sword to block their attacks? Guangchang's layered image instantly imprinted itself into Lu Xiaoyi's Sparrow Palace. Before it could explode in the vast sea of consciousness, 4 Dao shards surrounded it. This was reflected in Ping Ayu's senses. Of course, he didn't know that there were only 4 Dao shards. He thought that there were 4 Dao shard. For a moment, he was completely suppressed. Other than restraining a portion of the swordsman's spiritual energy, he didn't have much of an effect. The Taoist's lunar primordial fire wasn't as fast as the layered image. Lu Xiaoyi still managed to dodge most of it, but he couldn't avoid being swept by the flames. Green smoke rose from his buttocks. Under normal circumstances, he would use his inner secret to solve the problem in his sea of consciousness before wiping his buttocks clean. However, this bought Zhong Ba precious time. At this point, Lu Xiaoyi obviously couldn't choose to heal his injuries. He wouldn't die, so what was the hurry? This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't grasp it now, it would be too late for regret. Seeing that the sword light once again covered the sky, Zhong Ba couldn't hold on anymore. He thought to himself, "You're a great swordsman, so why are you so fixated on a monk like me?" The bumps on his head were his 12 protective talismans. Once they were all slashed, with the power of the swordsman's sword, he wouldn't be able to withstand it without the bumps. He only had one death exemption golden bun left. If he lost it, he wouldn't have any room to maneuver. There was fear in his heart. Of course, he also had his own way of escaping. If this flying sword slashed down again, he could directly teleport. They were all nascent soul cultivators, who didn't have the ability to run away in a second. Of course, Guangchang and the Taoist wouldn't let him escape. If he escaped, even if it was only for a short period of time, what would happen to the remaining two? Taoism and Buddhism weren't unified. Their coordination was bumpy. How could it be as smooth as the first time? With worry, he could only take the risk to restrain Zhong Ba. Or rather, it wasn't restrain anymore. He was temporarily treating himself as the main force. Just when he had the thought of risking his life, The river of sword aura formed once again. According to the usual practice, it would definitely slash at Zhong Ba La, who had 12 lives left. Guangchang's layered image appeared once again. He didn't believe that anyone could withstand his spiritual attack. If he could withstand it once, how many times could he withstand it? He had already noticed that the swordsman's sword light this time was less than before. This meant that his spiritual attack was still effective. The Taoist's fire grew bigger. It had already turned into the lunar primordial fire formation. There was no need to change the fire seed. He had already touched the yin fire a little. As long as the area was bigger, he didn't believe that this person could ignore the primordial fire. Of course, he had some doubts too. If a normal cultivator was hit by the lunar primordial fire, even if it was just a little touch, the fire would gradually expand and spread. However, the small flame on the swordsman's buttocks didn't seem to have any changes. There was too little time for him to think carefully. He could only act based on his experience. The sword light gathered and suddenly slashed down. Zhong Ba La's secret incantation was at the tip of his tongue. He only needed one more word to teleport away. However, he didn't say it in the end. This was because the sword wasn't aimed at him. If he could stay, he would rather stay. After all, it wasn't nice to run away at the last minute. The Taoist didn't expect that he would be the one to be struck this time. The best way to fight one against many in a battle was to hold one person down and beat him to death. This was the same as fighting on the streets. In a situation like this, of course, he would have to hold the Lama down and beat him up. There was no reason for him to deal with a fresh force like him. Hundreds of thousands of sword light gathered and slashed down. This was no joke. The Taoist used all his skills. He didn't even release the fire. He threw out all the treasured weapons he had as if they were free. However, this was still not enough. He still had one more move, ink painting. It was to separate the colors of the body. It was equivalent to creating a clone in an instant. The clone had the exact same spiritual sense-locking ability. There was only one sword. In a situation where he couldn't be sure which one was the real body, he could only rely on luck to slash one. If he slashed the right one, everything would be over. If he slashed the wrong one, he would still be alive. Chapter 12:12. The Daoist's ink impression was a defensive strategy that relied purely on luck. Although it was not very reliable, it was fast and convenient to use. Moreover, there were no restrictions and it could be used indefinitely. At such a critical moment, it was better than nothing. The sword light was like a hot knife through butter. It directly broke through the imperfect defense that the Daoist hastily built up. Lu Xiaoyi's strategy was impeccable and he achieved his goal. It was just that he lacked luck in the last part. The sword light could not be judged as real or fake in the two choices. It could only be chosen randomly. As the light and shadow shattered, the Daoist who was lucky enough to survive did not dare to be careless anymore. He stopped releasing his fire and started to defend himself. There were so many things to do, but his life was the most important. It was a pity, but Lu Xiaoyi would never live in regret. When he was about to kill the Daoist, Guangchang's double face image imprinted another image into his sea of consciousness. Lu Xiaoyi was not afraid of this thing, but it was not completely harmless. He needed to mobilize his spiritual energy and the 4 shards of Tao to encircle and suppress it. With his spiritual energy restrained, the sword light that could be divided from the outside was naturally not enough. Now, it could probably reduce the number of sword lights by tens of thousands. It was between 10 to 20%. However, if he allowed Guangchang to do as he pleased, the impact would be greater. This was because spiritual energy was very difficult to remove quickly. Within a few breaths, the swordsman who was on fire with his but on fire was indeed very strong, but he was also very greedy. Guangchang sharply grasped this point. Kill this monster now. Do it with all your might. Do it without hesitation. He was warning the other two not to teleport away from the battlefield because of the attack. They were indeed in danger, but how could there be no danger in a battle between cultivators? Although they were in danger, so was the swordsman. His two double faces and the Daoist's Grand Moon primordial fire had more or less achieved their goals. Now, it was time to see who could persevere and who would retreat. Whoever retreated would lose a great opportunity. They were all Yuaniing elites. The Daoist priest and Zhong Ba could clearly see that the Daoist priest had been struck by lightning. He had managed to avoid it by sheer luck and did not run away. However, it was understandable for him to temporarily set up a defense with his magical item. Zhong Ba gritted his teeth. In such a situation, he could not really leave. He could only gamble with everyone. Previously, he had been on the defensive because 90% of the swordsman's attacks landed on his head. But now, things were slightly different. It seemed like the swordsman was interested in the Daoist as well. This Daoist's offensive spells were very sharp, but his defense was much weaker than Zhong Ba's. Therefore, he now felt that he might not be the swordsman's ultimate target. It had been 15 minutes since the first bun was struck. He secretly used a secret technique to speed up the regeneration of the bun. He estimated that the first bun would regenerate in a few breaths' time. In other words, his safety was guaranteed after a few breaths' time. He just had to hold on for a few breaths' time. Even bodhisattvas had Vajra glaring eyes. Since he had decided to gamble with everyone, Lama Zhong Ba displayed a decisiveness befitting of his realm and status. It was rare to see a golden Buddha closing in on the swordsman. At the same time, he swung his fist. The Buddha's will covered the sky and earth. His fist was like a mountain, pressing down on the swordsman. With his Buddha form, the most suitable technique for him was one Buddha breaks all spells. His punch might seem simple, but it was his most powerful attack. He did not seek to be unpredictable, he only sought to strike the Buddha directly. At this moment, the sky was once again filled with sword rays. Although he was constantly under attack from two people, the Daoist and Guangchang, and now the Lama and Guangchang, Lu Xiaoyi still chose to attack without hesitation. From the initial probing to the current situation, everything was not completely under his control. However, this situation was also what he liked the most. When it came to fighting for the front line, he was never a coward. The yin fire on his buttocks was burning his balls, but it was still a physical pain. The Daoist had always wondered why the yin fire could not burn through his bones and spread to his entire body. Only Lu Xiaoyi himself understood this logic. As a man who once aspired to become a Dharma cultivator, he was best at setting fire, which was also known as the yin fire. His yin fire did not make much progress in the past 1,000 years. Perhaps he really did not have the talent in this area. However, he often set fire to the yin fire from praising Dharma cultivators. His understanding of this thing was not low. The basic principle was clear: he could manipulate nature. Of course, he could not let the yin fire wreak havoc. The reason why he did not extinguish it was because he did not want the Daoist to use other methods. Now that the Daoist saw that he could not handle the yin fire, he naturally increased the intensity of the yin fire to burn him. This was also a part of the tactical deception. This kind of deception could not be hidden for too long. He did not need to hide it for too long. As long as he could kill one of the three, the purpose of the deception would be achieved. Once the sword aura river was formed, the three opponents began to worry about who would be hit this time. The Daoist was worried. Because Lu Xiaoyi gathered his sword too quickly, he did not care about his own injuries. This was the fighting style of a street gangster. His defense system could not be completely set up in just 1 or 2 breaths because normal defense could not stop him. He had to use 120% of his defensive ability, therefore, he was in the most danger. He could not count on the luck of the ink painting impression to happen again. Zongba Lama was also a little worried because the sword could hit him too. Courage was courage, life was life. It was not his character to not care about his own safety. Therefore, when he swung his fist, he also created a fake Buddha for his golden Buddha. The foundation was similar to the ink painting impression of the Daoist. They were both the fastest and most convenient methods. The real and fake Buddha had a 50% chance of dodging swordsman's fatal attack. He did this because he was concerned about his own safety. However, A cultivator who did not hesitate and swung his fist with no regard for his own safety was not the same as swinging his fist while thinking of creating a fake Buddha. He could not be blamed for being too cautious. Subconsciously, Zongba Lama still did not think that he could make the final decision. He always thought that he was harassing and restraining instead of risking his life to fight. There were 3 people. Why did he have to be the one risking his life? Under Lu Xiaoyi's continuous pressure, Zongba Lama finally showed a slight flaw in his choice. Because he did not use his full strength in his punch, Lu Xiaoyi had one more way to deal with it. He could take it head-on. When there were too many people, there would be dependence. When there were too many people, there would be shirking responsibility. Guangchang's strength was the highest among the 3. Subconsciously, Zongba and the Daoist thought that he should be the one to deal the fatal blow and not them. Since Guangchang did not bear the brunt of the pressure and was the strongest, why did he not use his ultimate move to deal with it? This was human nature. They were still humans, not immortals. Lu Xiaoyi's vertical escape was at its peak. If not for Zongba's golden light, his shadowless movement would have given him a lot of opportunities. However, there were too many factors that he needed to consider. The Daoist was the easiest to kill because his defense was not formed yet. Zongba was the one who should be killed the most because his golden light had been affecting the progress of the battle from the beginning to the end. His movements and sword tracks were exposed. Guangchang was the one who posed the greatest threat to him. It was all because of this person that his sword light differentiation ability had decreased by 10 to 20%. In theory, the one who should not be killed was Guangchang. However, when the sword light converged and fell, it was out of everyone's expectations that the target was Guangchang Bodhisattva. Chapter 12-13. What's wrong with Single Ear? There's no purpose to this battle. This should not be his level. Yu Qian was a little anxious. However, there was no point in being anxious. She could not extend her hand and could not even remind him. Because the location of the final battle was near the Dao source, the scene of the battle in the Dao tablet space was extremely clear in the eyes of the spectators outside. The beginning of this battle was very boring because no one could see anyone. From the moment both parties entered until now, only 1 or 2 battles had been fought. It was not fun to watch. It was like watching an outdoor movie. The screen was white and there was nothing on it. However, everyone knew that the battle had been going on throughout this period of time. It was very tempting. However, all the waiting was worth it. As the battle neared its end, the space within the Dao monument started to become unstable. At the source of the Dao, the show finally began. As soon as the show began, it was brilliant and varied. It was thrilling. The road was full of twists and turns, and danger lurked everywhere. There was no way to predict the outcome. There was no way to predict the next step. This kind of battle was truly satisfying. Zhuxian's sword cultivator suppressed the 2 monks by himself and forced out the Daoist. Following that, a series of drastic changes occurred. The spectators were all shocked. The fighting style of a sword cultivator was too unconventional. It was too arrogant, too domineering. 1 against 3, but it also had a firm grasp of the flow of the battle. It could cut down whoever it wanted, hit whoever it wanted. It was just that the process was somewhat suspenseful. No one knew what effect Guangchang's attack had achieved. When would the Grand Moon primordial flame burn through the swordsman's butt? Even if that part of his butt was really thick, it did not make sense that it could not be burned through. However, those with good foresight could see that there was a problem. Black Star replied, "This is not Senior Shan's style, right?" Looking at his previous battles, he had been saving his energy whenever he could and using underhanded tactics whenever he could. Why was he fighting so brainlessly now? He can just hold anyone down, regardless of whether it's Zong Ba or that Daoist. He can just use his chisel to solve the problem. This was a very normal battle strategy. It was also the best way to fight when one was outnumbered. They were all very worried because the sheer number of people in the impermanence Dao source indicated that something was amiss. The people of Zhuxian must be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, Shan wouldn't be the only one who rushed over. The battle had been going on for a long time, and no reinforcements came, which meant that reinforcements would never come. It was precisely because of this that Shan-Er's role in this battle was infinitely magnified. If something happened to him, the outcome would be decided. However, his brainless fighting style now made all the cultivators of Juzian worry about him. However, Chongdi was not worried. Instead, she sighed and said, "You guys still haven't seen enough. He must have his own reasons for slapping him like this. It didn't make sense for him to lose his cool at such a crucial moment." He saw through Juzian's disadvantage in the Dao tablet space, so he had no choice but to do this. Yuting pondered. "Senior apprentice brother, what do you mean?" Chongdi explained, "Your opinion is nothing more than holding back a breakthrough. But in this situation, what if you can't hold it back? What if the person being held down doesn't care about his face and just teleports away? For example, that Zhong Ba only has one bun left and is on the verge of danger. I dare say that he has already prepared a method to escape at any time. As long as the sword falls, he will leave without a care. Then, what's the point of waiting for his 12 bun to recover and then come back?" The two of them were deep in thought. Chongdi pointed out, "What's false is true, and what's true is false. Of course, holding down one person and killing them is the correct solution. However, the problem is that before you kill them, you can't let them know your true state of mind. Otherwise, they will leave immediately. Then, everything you've done will be for naught. Who do you want to kill? When do you want to make your move? You have to make it so that the opponent can't figure it out. There are 3 of them, so you have to make all 3 of them have illusions and make them feel that the other 2 are more dangerous. Only then will they stay and observe the situation. With this observation and this guess, Single Ear will have achieved his goal." Yuting nodded approvingly. "The situation in the space is very clear now. Single Ear will definitely understand that the situation in Juzian is not good. He has to kill 1 or 2 more to make up for it. Therefore, what he's most afraid of now is that the 3 of them will feel the danger and simply give in and leave. In the end, he will wait for everyone to gather before attacking. Therefore, he deliberately took the risk, deliberately suffered Guangchang's mental attack, and deliberately carried fire with him. He wants the 3 of them to see hope and feel that there is a possibility of solving the problem. Only when everyone is here can he fish in troubled waters. When he's ready, he will attack the final target. That will happen in an instant." Black Star sighed. "But it's also very dangerous for him. On the other hand, all his schemes have ended up benefiting someone else." Chongdi snorted. "Victory is found in danger. How can there be a victory without risk? Swordsmen are the best at this. As long as it's chaotic enough, dangerous enough, and unpredictable enough, swordsmen will have a chance. You have to understand that for orthodoxes like swordsmen, what they are most afraid of is 2 people competing in cultivation without any wave. Therefore, I'm not worried. The more chaotic it is, the less worried I am. If you don't believe me, look at those sun gods. They are the ones who are truly worried." Black Star muttered, "This habit of swordsmen is really not something that every cultivator can grasp. It's a terrifying orthodoxy." Chongdi snorted. "That's why they have few people. That's why it's difficult for them to pass on their legacies. Because this kind of ability can't be learned. They can only kill. Out of 10 swordsmen, 1 or 2 of them will survive in the end and naturally learn it. You have to be careful. The higher the realm of the swordsman, the more terrifying they are. This is because they have all killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yes, I'm talking about the real swordsmen. The ones in Juzian don't count." Yuting sighed as well. "Therefore, be it Buddhism or Orthodox Taoism, we walk on the path of gathering the masses to form a powerful force, while the sword range walks on the path of solitude. They can decide the direction of a battle, but for a period of time, we will definitely be the ones who have the last laugh." Chongdi smiled and nodded. "Exactly. Therefore, the stage may be theirs, but the benefits will definitely be ours. Glorious stage. Or eternal legacy. Was there a need to choose?" Black Star's realm was limited, and he still couldn't get rid of the confusion in front of him. He wanted to know the result of this battle more than what would happen to the cultivation world thousands of years later. It was none of his business. Martial uncle, who do you think senior brother Shan will kill in the end? Who is his real target? Seeing that Yu Ting also looked over, Chong Di shook his head and smiled bitterly. You guys. Since he had attacked all three of them, he must have wanted to kill all three of them. As for who he will choose in the end, it depends on the actual situation. If you make a decision too early, you will lose the path of impermanence. This is the brilliance of single ear. If he doesn't make a decision himself, how can the other three guess it? But if I have to guess, I guess it will be Zhong Ba. His myriad golden light is really too annoying, especially for swordsmen. Chapter 12-14. Among the tens of thousands of Heaven's chosen cultivators who were watching the commotion, the ones who were the most excited were the swordsman group. I can't compare to such a sword technique. I've crossed paths with Guangchang before. To be honest, I can't do anything to him. He's only at the peak of yuanying, but he's able to resist me, a true monarch. I don't know if it's because he's too outstanding or because my sword technique isn't good enough. But now I know that it's because my sword technique isn't good enough. Mottled Bamboo sighed and admitted his own shortcomings. This was the style of their group. They weren't some sect system, so there weren't many rules. They were just a group of independent cultivators. A swordsman became impatient. Brother Mottled Bamboo, don't sigh over there. Everyone comprehended by themselves in the nameless sword Dao Steely. Their foundations are even more complicated. Isn't it normal that they don't learn systematically? Tell us, is this single-eared sword technique the same as the one in the sword Dao Steely? I don't think it's the same, but I feel like there's something I haven't seen through. It seems right but isn't. It makes me anxious. Huang Nian interjected. It doesn't look like it on the surface. But there's a connection between the two. A swordsman laughed. Old Ninth Huang, you're talking nonsense. All the sword vein in the universe are connected. I think you're just anxious to find a master so that you can learn swordsmanship systematically. Am I right? Huang Nian glared. Luanxi, don't just stand there and talk. If you really find a master, don't go if you have the ability. Who knows, you might be able to learn a peerless sword technique yourself. Mottled Bamboo smiled bitterly. I can't see it either. But I've heard that the top swordsmen in the origin world will form their own sword path after reaching a certain height. I wonder if this person is like that. There's no point in discussing this. The only way is to go to the sword Dao Steely. Once you reach out and draw your sword, you'll understand. Whether it was the carefree travel group, the Heaven's chosen swordsmen, or the tens of thousands of noisy cultivators, none of them actually understood the essence of the problem. But Sun God true monarchs were different. They saw deeper and further. Yuanxia young God was very impolite in his divine sense. Did you see that? I dare to bet that the Heaven's chosen one must have done something to his luck. Otherwise, how could that Daoist's ink impression be so lucky? This was not the first time something like this had happened. And it wouldn't be the last time. If that swordsman Xiao Yarrow you wants to win, he still has a long way to go. Xian Liuzi sighed. This is the so-called home advantage. It is unavoidable. Fortunately, they cared about their reputation and did it secretly. There was still some influence, but it wasn't absolute. No matter how much one's providence increased, there was still a limit. For example, that trash sink impression. If I kill him 3 more times, I'll definitely succeed once. Primordial beginning young God shook his head. Senior brother, do you think you're chopping radishes? 3 more times? I don't think he'll be able to do it 2 more times. Prepare for failure. Immortal Liuzi laughed. What? Are you not going to wait for that disciple of yours? He should still be fighting somewhere else. There's still a chance. Yuanxia young God smiled bitterly. Upper Prime? He has the ability, but he's not as good as this swordsman. He has no problem dealing with ordinary elites like Yuanying. But if there are people like Guangchang and Dead Tree among them, he'll only have the ability to fight one-on-one, so I don't count on it. For our Juzian's round, it depends on the situation. If the swordsman succeeds, we can still fight. If he fails, then there's no hope. Xian Liuzi was not thinking about this. Looks like the Heaven's Chosen One has a lot of reserves in this area. They even used it on such a small occasion. Or do they think it's very important? What do they want to achieve? What do they want to express? Is it good or bad for our Juzian? Do they value it or look down on it? A huge sword light slashed down. Guangchang really did not expect that the target would be him. Almost at the same time, the two heavy facet images that were mysteriously connected to him were suddenly surrounded and destroyed by the swordsman's spiritual power. Obviously, the swordsman saw through something and began to attack his heavy facet images in his sea of consciousness and outside at the same time. This was actually the key to completely deciphering the heavy facet images. He was very sharp and decisive. Otherwise, with Guangchang's heavy facet images, how could it be so easy to deal with him? His heavy facet images were connected to the swordsman's sea of consciousness. As long as he could figure out the pattern of the swordsman's spiritual power, he could begin the next step of his attack. However, there was something strange about the swordsman's sea of consciousness. Before he could figure it out, the swordsman had decisively attacked him. This person's sense of danger was very accurate. This forced him to stop his heavy facet image. Just like the other two, as the main attacker of the three, he also wanted to end the battle in one blow. Otherwise, he would lose face. But now, he realized that the swordsman's battle experience was very rich. Ordinary people could not compare to him. It was unrealistic to want to end the battle in one blow. More often than not, the swordsman would respond fiercely. He had to change his strategy. Just like the Daoist, he had to slowly accumulate small victories to achieve a great victory. That was the right way to go about it. Up until now, Guangchang had to admit that he was not a match for the swordsman. Since he was not strong enough, he should not have thought of ending the battle in one blow. As the sword fell, the heavy facet image turned into ashes. Almost at the same time, another heavy facet image appeared out of thin air, carrying an owl. This was Guangchang's choice. Since he did not want to end the battle in one blow, he had to find a heavy facet image that was fast, accurate, and weak in terms of damage. The owl body was the best choice. Lu Xiaoyi was hit by the punch, and the Buddha's power penetrated his heart. Even if this was not Zhongbia's full blow, the power of the punch from the big Buddha's head could not be underestimated. The Buddhist energy fist was not the full Tao state of the fist of mana, nor was it the pure strength of the fist of physique cultivators. The strength of the Buddhist energy fist was pure Buddhist energy. This was the foundation of every orthodoxy. Under normal circumstances, a Daoist would be slightly injured after receiving such a punch. It was not impossible for them to lose their ability to fight on the spot. Because they had to deal with the Buddhist energy that entered their body, the strength they could use was limited. This was the inevitable consequence. However, Lu Xiaoyi was different. He was a unique virtuous swordsman. He had a very profound virtuous Tao state. Therefore, he did not use his mana to resist the Buddhist energy. Instead, he used his virtuous Tao to dissolve the Buddhist energy. Since they were of the same origin, not only did it save him energy, it was also faster. Moreover, it did not leave behind any hidden dangers. Therefore, he did not care too much about it. With a rush of his head, another river of sword chi began to form. This did not make sense. The only explanation was that, he's going all out. As long as we hold him back, he won't be able to hold on for long. Guangchang's consciousness shouted. At the same time, he released the strange-looking owl in his hand. At the same time, he finally completed his strongest defense system, which was still the Grand Moon primordial flame that he was best at. Zhongbiai did not expect that his punch would succeed. Unfortunately, the strength of this punch was not enough. However, he did not regret it. Ensuring his own safety was always the first priority. Coordinating with the attacks of his two companions, he also threw out a second punch. Chapter 12:15. In the eyes of outsiders, the swordsman had made a huge mistake. Previously, he could still suppress one of them to defend while the other two attacked. But now, All three of them were attacking at the same time. It was obvious that he could kill whoever he wanted. They now had the confidence to do so, because the swordsman was now under the Daoist's fire, the Bodhisattva's spirit, and the Lama's fist. No matter how strong he was, how could he deal with these three different attacks at the same time? Although none of them were fatal, it was a good start. Since he had started, he should persevere. Guangchang was even considering how to restrict the swordsman's movements to prevent him from escaping when the situation turned bad. The three of them had the ability to withstand at least one more attack. Since they had such a foundation, why not use it? Seizing opportunities was not the ability of the swordsman alone. It was the same for Buddhist disciples. Lu Xiaoyi merged himself into the sword river to block the attacks of the three. Before he accumulated enough sword force, he should not be injured again. He was not made of iron. Although he could deal with everyone's attacks, there was a limit to it. Moreover, when he used his strength, he would not be able to avoid the attacks of the other two. He needed to take it easy. Actually, the three of them had only changed their battle attitude for 1 or 2 breaths. They had been at a disadvantage in the previous battle. Now that they finally saw hope, they turned the situation around. Was this a good change? It might be, and it might not. Because some people liked this kind of change. Lu Xiaoyi merged with his sword river. He was going to make his move. If he failed this time, he would leave. He would go and deal with his own butt and Sparrow Palace. Whether he fought or stayed, he had to control it. This was his principle. The sword light gathered. The three of them were stunned. They had seen this familiar move countless times today, but they could not do anything about it. It was a move that relied purely on brute force. It seemed like this grandson did not know any other moves apart from this move. It was not that he did not know, but this move was the fastest, simplest, and most direct. It was most suitable for continuous attacks and was the easiest way to break the opponent's confidence. The sword light fell. It was Zhong Ba. It was indeed Zhong Ba. It must be Zhong Ba. The spectators outside could see it clearly, but the people inside could also see it clearly. The Daoist's Grand Moon True Fire engulfed the entire area. He did not even consider whether it would burn the Buddha's head. That shouldn't be the case, right? That golden light was so bright. Guangchang's owl flapped its wings and swooped down at an inhuman speed. It really wasn't a living creature, but a part of the guardian deity's spirit. However, in their eyes, the swordsman's sword strike this time was different from the past. In the past, he would be wandering around with his sword slashing down on his opponent's head. But this time, he and his sword were descending toward the huge golden Buddha head. It was as if a person was riding a sword, or a sword was carrying a person. The sword light split and converged into a single slash. There was such a move. Guangchang was the quickest to react. He immediately realized swordsman's intention and shouted out. Zhong Ba, retreat. This person wants to get close to you. Why did he get close to her? Of course, he had to finish off Zhong Ba's last meaty bun with his sword. The advantage of doing so was that there was no pause in the middle. It was as smooth as flowing water. He would not need to spend 1 or 2 breaths to split the sword light again. The swordsman wanted to take Zhong Ba's life. Both of them rushed forward with all their might. But since the sword light had already descended, how could they react in time? The golden Buddha head was huge and could not avoid the sword that was locked onto by the divine sense. After the sword light, the Buddha's head was smooth, no longer having those lumps on it. It looked much more pleasing to the eye. However, this could not help Lu Xiaoyi decide which one to hit with his 7 ants. He felt that there were 2 Buddha heads. It was as golden, as clean, and as shiny as a tile. There was no information that could help him determine which one was real, which one was fake. Furthermore, he did not have the time to think carefully. With the way he swung his sword, even a second was too long. How could he have the time to think? There was no need to think. It was just a gamble with a 50/50th chance. He had already lost once in the Daoist's ink painting. Could he lose again this time? With a swing of the sword, the huge Buddha head was smashed into pieces. In the intertwining light and shadow, there were no remains of a human body. There was also no Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon. In both of his choices, he chose the wrong one. Because of the smashing of the fake Buddha head, the real Buddha head instantly floated far away. This was also a small trick that Zhongbiei had designed between the real and fake Buddha heads so that the real Buddha head could safely escape. At this moment, the Grand Moon primordial fire was very close to him. The owl had even pecked a huge hole in his body. Although Zhongbiei had lost everything, he had already escaped far away. If Lu Xiaoyi wanted to kill him, he needed time to escape. He also needed time to split the sword light again. In this situation, the two people behind him were risking their lives to pounce on him. How could he have time? Even if the sword light only needed 1 or 2 breaths. The situation was set. Seeing that the owl had succeeded and the Grand Moon primordial fire had completely covered the swordsman, this was what everyone thought. The faraway Buddha head Zhongbiei did not dare to delay. The overall situation was good, but his personal situation was not. He needed to leave temporarily to recover his bun. Thinking about it, with the swordsman's current situation, the two of them should have no problem dealing with him, right? As he thought about it, he did not relax his hands at all. He was waiting for the fake Buddha head's reaction to him to slow down a little before he teleported out. At this moment, he felt his surroundings suddenly darken. When it lit up again, something sharp had pierced through his body. Who extinguished the light? The sword light that Lu Xiaoyi had been keeping outside finally played its most important role at the most crucial moment. This time, there was no choice, and there was no luck to boost him. In the Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon, a man on fire soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. It was Lu Xiaoyi, whose fur was burnt. The remaining two people, Guangchang and the Daoist, did not have the confidence to chase after him. They knew very well that their attacks just now were not fatal. With the swordsman's strength, how could they know that it was not another trap? The three of them tried their best to defend, but they still lost the most important person in a positional battle, Zhongbiei. This was very important, because among the 9 people of Heaven's Choice, as long as there were 2 powerhouses in defense, the source of the Tao would be as stable as a rock. One of them was Ta Luo, and the other was Zhongbiei. Now that the 2 of them were dead, the remaining Guangchang and the Daoist were also good at guerrilla warfare. However, no matter how good they were at guerrilla warfare, how could they be better than the ancestor of guerrilla warfare, the swordsman? They still did not know that Ta Luo was dead. If they knew, they would not have let Zhongbiei take the risk to stay. But in this world, there were not so many IFS. With Zhongbiei's death, the 2 of them felt a chill in their hearts. They did not know what they would do if the swordsman came back. They had lost their will. Chapter 12:16. In reality, there wasn't much time left for them to consider. In less than 10 breaths of time, another aura fluctuation came from the direction the sword cultivator left. Even from far away, they could feel the incomparably sharp aura. They all understood. The swordsman must have his own unique way of extinguishing the fire. He must have come back to settle the score after extinguishing the fire. This guy was completely fine. At the very least, he was fine. The swordsman was the type of person who would get crazier the more he was injured. This time, he must be ruthless. Without Zhongbiei as a shield, how could he defend? The Taoist turned around and left. As the culprit behind the fire, it was obvious who the swordsman wanted to kill. There is a way to advance and retreat. I will take my leave first. Master, please do as you wish. Once he left, Guangchang did not persist. No matter how arrogant he was, the battle with the swordsman had caused him to feel a chill in his heart. There was a way to persist and give up. Who did not know how to say beautiful words? Guangchang chose a direction. He did not want to face the swordsman alone unless he had a helper, and it could not be a helper like the Taoist. What a coward! Lu Xiaoyi returned like a king. He swaggered to the source of the Tao and realized that there was no one there. This was within his expectations. This was the battle strategy. Where could he not heal? However, The best way to heal one's injuries was to heal one's injuries here. While healing, he could also attack the opponent's confidence. After this retreat, the next time they meet in battle, these two people would be in a state of extreme nervousness. It would be difficult to fight him to the death again. Of course, if the opponent did not retreat, then it would be another head-on battle, until another one died. Even if Lu Xiaoyi was made of meat, it would not be enough to burn. In the end, the one who retreated would still be him. But this kind of profound battle psychology was not understood by everyone. His injuries were not as insignificant as they appeared. Bluffing was an art. The key was to use it in the right place. Killing Zhong Ba was a form of intimidation. This was the so-called killing to establish dominance. However, a human's memory would deteriorate, especially with the passage of time. Returning within 10 breaths is one thing. Waiting for you to return after a few moments is another. Even if you have truly recovered by then, these two may not retreat. The truth was to strike while the iron was hot. There were 3 hidden dangers in his body now. Guangchang's spiritual attack was the most time-consuming, but it was also the easiest to completely remove. Secondly, Zhong Ba's Buddhist power was still in the process of transforming into the power of merit, so it also needed time. The fastest to subside was the Daoist's real fire, but it was also the only one that could not be completely removed. It needed to be slowly eliminated under the suppression of mana. It would be embarrassing if word got out. The self-proclaimed magical cultivation genius had lit a small flame for thousands of years. The worst part was the appearance. Even the hairy parts were gone. That was because the fire at the end was indeed fierce. As a Daoist master of fire, he definitely had the ability to do so. Healing at the source of the Tao was a small trick in the martial world. It was the simplest deception. But because it was the simplest, it was also the most difficult to grasp. Truth and falsehood were really hard to see through. From the beginning to the end, the two cultivators who were unscathed did not have the courage to provoke him. In the beginning, they were still assessing his injuries. The more they assessed his injuries, the more they felt that he had almost fully recovered after such a long time. The more time passed, the less firm their thoughts became until the other party was completely recovered. Outside the space of the Tao tablet, the young gods were still communicating with each other. They could clearly see the situation in the field, and there was no misjudgment. One of the young gods sighed. The overall situation has been decided. There's no need to watch anymore. With this swordsman here, we can't win. Even if Deadwood comes, it will be the same. Their perception was different from that of ordinary Yuanying. They could go very deep into the space of the Tao tablet. In their view, the death of Ta Luo and Zhong Ba was the reason for their defeat. Without the defense of these two people, the Heaven's chosen people could not occupy the source of the Tao. It was harder to count on Deadwood and Guangchang to defend one place. This was the view of most of the young gods, because they did not know the existence of the matrix technique. Sensing the gazes of the junior brothers, senior brother Pang, who was the leader, smiled slightly. Victory or defeat is no longer important. What's important is the integrity of the Heaven's chosen people. Even the female cultivators of Juzian could commit suicide here. Could it be that the Heaven's chosen men are not as good as the female cultivators of Juzian? Then don't treat this battle as an ordinary competition. The people of Juzian came here with the will to die to show us their determination to resist foreign aggression. We also came back with the will to die to tell them that we, the Heaven's chosen people, have a firm belief in going out. This is not a battle, but a conversation. There is no such thing as begging for mercy and admitting defeat. The young gods were silent. This was also the main topic, except for the few good seedlings in the space. It was a pity. Of course, they did not know that their senior brother Pang had other ideas. Now, there were only 4 Heaven's chosen people left in the space of the Tao tablet. The dead tree should be able to wear down who of the human sect in a long time, but the other Heaven's chosen cultivator who was fighting against the prime Val Shongyuan Daoist would not be able to escape. This meant that in the final battle for the source of the Tao, the ratio of the two sides was 3-2. The Heaven's chosen people had a slight advantage, but in terms of strength, the people of Juzian were probably stronger, because the swordsman could fight against two people without any pressure. The problem was the matrix technique. The Sea of Bitterness was useless in close combat, and only the 9-cube was still working. This could be seen from how difficult it was for the swordsman to kill Zhong Ba. Almost every time they needed luck, luck was on the side of the Heaven's Chosen people. At that time, there were only 5 Heaven's Chosen people left, and their luck was already so biased. Later, when there were only 3 people left, and they had to bear the luck of 9 people, their luck would probably be even more biased. Therefore, it was still unknown who would win. The upper realm of Juzian dared to call itself the #1 realm in the main world universe, and it had its own strength. To be honest, they did not want to touch such a realm, and they did not even have such thought. However, even if they did not have such thoughts, they still had to pretend that they did. This was how the forces of the cultivation world interacted with each other. They could not let the other party rest easy, and they had to keep him in a state of constant vigilance. This way, when they were doing things in the main world, the upper realm like Juzian would not interfere and meddle in other people's business for no reason. They had to let Juzian be in danger. Only then could they tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Juzian had Juzian's way of thinking, and the Heaven's Chosen people had their own calculations. It was just that when they were testing each other, both sides thought of the same thing, and this was the reason why they were here to compare their skills. Well, basically, they could see very clearly that both sides were evenly matched. Only one swordsman was playing tricks, and he caused a ripple in the big picture. Swordsman. Senior brother Pang sighed in his heart. This annoying orthodoxy had been annoying him recently. Every few hundred years, other than the Heaven's Chosen people, there would always be swordsman perfected lords coming to invade. Now, the one causing trouble at the Yuanying level was still the swordsman. These shit-stirrers were really inhumane. Chapter 12:17. Under Withered Tree's hands, lightning struck continuously. After 2 hours, he finally turned Hua Hu, who was difficult to deal with, into ashes. Although he had won, he had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, he was not happy about the victory at all because this was not the victory he wanted. In terms of strength, Hua Hu of Juzian's human sect was indeed much weaker than him. However, this damned Taoist tradition in the pause was too effective against the way of thunder. It was simply born to restrain thunder. It was his biggest weakness. No matter what kind of lightning he struck, the hundreds of thousands of pores on Hua Hu's body would open up, leaving him with nowhere to bite. The reason why he could win was that when he came in, a mysterious cultivator gave him a porcelain bottle that contained some kind of smoke cloud. The cultivator specifically reminded him that this thing was useless against other cultivators, only Hua Hu of human sect, who survived by relying on his pores. It was as if the cultivator had predicted that he would encounter Hua Hu. In the end, he hit the nail on the head. Both of them were flying towards the source of Tao, so it was normal for them to bump into each other. Withered Tree wanted to kill Hua Hu to clear up the trouble in the battle for the source of Tao. However, Hua Hu's thoughts were simple. As long as he could hold Hua Hu back, he would be able to pave the way for Juzian's overall victory. Personally, this cultivator from human sect was very clear about the overall situation. Thus, the two of them began to fight. They knew each other very well. Withered Tree spent half an hour trying several methods that he had figured out to deal with Hua Hu, but they were all useless. Seeing that he had dragged on for too long, he was afraid that the source of Tao would change, so he had no choice but to open the porcelain bottle. The smoke cloud in the bottle was colorless, odorless, and silent as if it was an empty bottle. Anyway, Withered Tree did not notice anything. He truly realized the use of this thing when he saw Hua Hu's body. Previously, when he was struck by lightning, Hua Hu's body should have had close to 500,000 pores dissipating the force. However, as the battle continued, the number of pores dissipating force increased to 400,000, then 300,000. Thus, Kumu understood that the thing in the porcelain bottle was used to block the pores. The fewer pores that dissipated, the more thunder force that remained in the body. It was a very simple principle. It had to be said that this method was really simple. But because it was so simple, Even a top Yuanying like him could not figure out what was in the bottle. It should have been made by a supreme, right? Whether or not this counted as cheating, there was actually no conclusion. Every cultivator who entered this place had a few powerful toys given to them by their masters and elders. It was just that the item he obtained was more targeted. Of course, Hua who also felt the changes in his pores. He knew that his opponent had secretly done something, so he tried to resolve it. Among the enemies of the human sect, there was no lack of people who thought of this method to block his pores. Hence, he was not unfamiliar with this method. He also had many ways to clear his pores. However, after a series of attempts, he was surprised to find that none of his methods worked. Instead, it caused the pores to become more and more blocked. By the time he realized that he was in trouble, it was already too late for him to escape. The Tao of Lightning was also an orthodoxy that placed a lot of emphasis on movement. In fact, it was even more so than the swordsman. This was because the Tao of Lightning had never heard of anyone defending against lightning. They were all used to strike people, not to defend themselves. What if he didn't have any defensive skills? Hence, they could only learn from the swordsman and run. Of course, their running was different from that of the swordsman. The swordsman's flying sword had a spirit and could search for its target on its own. The lightning of the Tao of Lightning was straight and could not be controlled by the swordsman. This difference gave the cultivators of the two orthodoxies different requirements when it came to escaping. To put it simply, the swordsman could escape more unscrupulously because the spirit of the sword would help its master to control it for a short period of time. The Tao of Lightning had more restrictions. Otherwise, they would not be able to release lightning. They would not be able to control lightning. Hua who could not outrun withered tree. Instead, the pores all over his body became even more blocked. After calculating the distance, he knew that he could not run to the source of Tao. He could only rely on his companions for help. Hence, he gave up and focused on perishing together with his opponent. Unfortunately, this passive method of self-destruction was not very effective. It was reasonable for his body to die and his soul to be destroyed. Withered Tree rested for a while. He was worried about the changes in the source of Tao and hurried on. In fact, he was only worried about one person. That was the swordsman's single ear. Daoist Shang-Yuan, on the other hand, was in a different situation. His opponent was a rare soul cultivator. This kind of opponent did not pose much pressure to him. However, the problem was that his mysterious ability was not very effective against soul cultivators. His mysterious ability was only effective against humans. For example, some other cultivation races, such as void beasts, mutated beasts, soul bodies, corpses, and so on. These races had their own mysterious abilities. They called this supernatural ability. The effect of the humans' acquired mysterious abilities against the natural instincts of these races was imaginable. In fact, it was very easy to deal with soul bodies. All it took was transcendence energy. However, this required time. Daoist Shang-Yuan was firmly in control of the process. He neither took risks nor indulged. This was the standard method of orthodox Taoism. It was the foundation of Taoism's disciples, so he was not unfamiliar with it. After dealing with the soul body, he flew towards the source of Tao at a leisurely pace. He could feel that there was a fight at the source of Tao. However, this was his character. He did not think about things beyond his ability. He only wanted to deal with the trouble at hand. As for the safety of others, it was up to fate whether they lived or died. Who could save who? His mentality was the standard Daoist mentality. He was not happy with external gains or sad for himself. No matter how important the mission was, it was not as important as his view on cultivation. He would never be hot-blooded, but he would never shrink back. He was a firm believer that a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. He would solve the obstacles he encountered and continue his journey after solving them. He never thought about taking shortcuts. He did not think about what happened at the source of Tao. He did not think about whether his companions were in danger. He did not even think about whether it was his turn to have an epiphany. The source of Tao was filled with people from Juzian. He would walk there slowly. If it was filled with people from Heaven's Chosen, he would also fly there slowly. He had suffered a lot in his life because of this character. At the same time, he had also gained a lot. He was like a duck floating in the water. Originally, if the 5 of them met at the source of Tao, Zhu Xian would have a high chance of winning even though there were only 2 of them. One was hot-blooded like Lu Xiaoyi, while the other was steady like a mountain. It would be easy for them to guard the source of Tao. However, because of the matrix technique, because of the excessive tilting of fate towards Heaven's Chosen, it finally affected the development of the momentum. There was a change in the unseen world. In the end, the Daoist who gave up first and advanced also retreated, bumped into Shongyuan's direction. On the other hand, Ku Mu was in the direction of Guangchang. This was the best draw that couldn't be any better. With Shongyuan's temper, he would only continue to move forward after moving the stones in his path. However, with the character of Heaven's Chosen Daoist, he would always move forward. When these two met, one would fight and the other would flee. There would be no end to it. They would not think about what would happen at the source of Tao. When Dead Tree and Guangchang, these 2 top cultivators in Heaven's Chosen mainland, bumped into each other, there was no doubt that confidence would return to them. Chapter 12:18. You're alone. This was the first thing Ku Mu and Guangchang said when they saw each other. It was such a coincidence. Because Ku Mu knew that Guangchang must be with Zhongbier Lama, just as Ping Yu knew that Ku Mu must be with Ta Luo. One attacking and one defending, one moving and one defending, this was the best combination. This was also the reason why they teamed up. But now, the one moving and attacking was still there, and the one defending was gone. This was also a miracle of coincidence. Killed by the swordsman. Their second sentence was exactly the same. They were truly brothers in distress. Fortunately, the way they were killed was not the same. Everyone's joy was different, but their suffering was always the same. Ta Luo went to chase after them and was not far from me. In the end, he was unlucky and ran into that killer. I didn't have time to save him. Ku Mu was very honest. Zhongbier was killed right beside me. The swordsman was injured, but I think it won't affect him much. Guangchang didn't need to lie. Comparing the two, their hearts were very heavy. This was not good. The problem was, if there were more Zhuxian cultivators coming, how would they deal with them? The 2 of them reported the number of people they had killed, and they finally had some confidence in their hearts. Camus' side could confirm that they had killed 3 people. The combination of Chang Kong, and Hua Hu, as well as Guangchang and Zhongbier had also killed 3 people. This meant that they had 6 heads in their hands. As long as the rest of them worked hard, there might only be 1 or 2 immortal Zhu left. If they were lucky, there might only be 1 left. If they were unlucky, there might only be 2 left. They were inclined to believe that there were 2 people left. This was because immortal Zhu still had a powerful character called Shong Yuan. Neither side had encountered this person yet, and it was difficult for the other cultivators to pose a threat to him. Thus, Shong Yuan should be the only 2 left. 3 against 2, I can't say that we're evenly matched. That's a little self-deceiving. I'll be honest, with that swordsman, we're probably still the weaker side. Ku Mu was very honest. Now, he didn't allow himself to be careless. This involved the Heaven's Choice continent and their own life and death. There were tens of thousands of people watching outside, so they couldn't shrink back. Both of them were very clear about this point. Guangchang nodded in agreement. But we also have a chance. Just now, I felt a weak fluctuation of spiritual vigor in a certain direction. There should be someone fighting. On the bright side, could it be that our Taoists are in cahoots with the upper primordial sect? Guangchang knew what he meant. Let's go to the Tao source now. If the swordsman is the only one there, we still have a chance. If the swordsman and Shongyuan are both here, then we'll just fight wherever we can. We won't have the sole goal of seizing the Tao source. Is that what senior brother means? Kumu nodded. Tens of thousands of people from Heaven's Choice were looking at them. The people from Zhuxian could pretend to be scared, but they couldn't. This was the disadvantage of being on their home ground. What a pity. As long as either Taro or Zhongbie is here, our chances will increase greatly. Guangchang shook his head with a bitter smile. In front of the swordsman, those who play defensive positions are nothing more than live target. The two of them slowly moved forward and communicated with each other. To the two of them, the swordsman was their greatest enemy. Because Guangchang had fought with him before, he had some understanding of him. Therefore, he told them everything he knew and tried to be as detailed as possible. They didn't have a better choice. The space in the tablet of Tao was unstable, time was limited, and that guy was occupying the Tao source. There were also countless people from Heaven's Choice watching them from outside. They still had a chance, because the two of them were the strongest people from Heaven's Choice, Yuanying. One of them represented Taoism, while the other represented Buddhism. Knowing that Guangchang had retreated before, Kumu spoke very frankly. To be fair, the chances of winning and losing are 4 to 6, or even 5 to 5. The key is what kind of mentality we use to fight. If we still want to leave a way out, then we'll have 4 to 6, or even 3 to 7. If we don't fear death, then we'll have a 5 to 5 chance. The swordsman is also a human. He can't be invincible forever. From afar, the two of them saw the swordsman standing upright like a javelin. His Daoist robe had been changed, but there were obvious burn marks on his hair and beard. He looked a little embarrassed. However, the two of them knew that this wouldn't affect the swordsman's fighting state. The two of them stood facing each other silently. Their emotions were brewing. Kumu felt that his momentum was enough. He bowed and said, Daoist Shan is invincible. We can't fight against you alone, so we joined forces. This is not the way of a cultivator, but we have no choice. I believe you can understand. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. How could a battle in the cultivation world be so fair? If you think it's fair, then it's fair. These words were just an excuse for himself to numb himself. However, he still wanted to say, Epiphany is not real. There's no such thing as if I get it, others don't get it. It can be comprehended by one person, or by others. The wider the heart, the deeper the comprehension. I'm willing to share it with others. This is the philosophy of my life as a cultivator, as long as everyone has good intentions. The instability of the Tao tablet space was very obvious. Although the space was still restrained, divine sense could penetrate it. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi's words were not only heard by Kumu Guangchang, but also by the tens of thousands of cultivators outside the space, including the Yuanying Supremes. The attitude between Heaven's Choice and Zhuxian has long been decided. It's not up to you, and it's not up to me. The battle between us doesn't decide anything. Not only now, but even before the competition. This kind of battle is just an excuse for the future choice. It's one of the countless hypocrisy in the cultivation world. I understand this point, and you also understand it. He pointed at the two of them. Since it's meaningless, why continue to fight? Just like the ignorant beasts in the beast fighting arena? It's just a matter of face. Tens of thousands of people are watching. You think the face of tens of thousands of people is more important than your own heart. Such a cultivator, for others to cultivate for you, it's lamentable. With a wave of his sword light, Lu Xiaoyi shouted, the swordsman's sword doesn't only kill people, but also makes friend. The wider the heart, the wider the road. Making decisions for others is not the Tao of cultivation. The sword of the one ear is here. Whether it's a friend or a foe, it's all up to you. His words spread through the entire Echo Valley. They were like a heavy hammer that struck everyone's heart. This was a provocation. This was a provocation to the high-level cultivators of Heaven's Choice, Zhuxian, the so-called general trend of the cultivation world, and the existing order. Most of the people who heard this were neutral people who were watching the show, especially the small group of swordsmen, such as Ban Zhu, who murmured, the swordsmanship is different. But this swordsman spirit is too similar. Huang Yan's eyes also shone. Are we pursuing the swordsman spirit? Or are we just pursuing the so-called nameless tablet's orthodoxy? How do you choose? The sun god didn't see the problem this way. Primeval young god's face was grave. If this is just a psychological tactic, you have to admit that his mouth is sharper than the flying sword. With a few words, the two heaven's chosen people were in a dilemma whether to fight or not. This battle is in the bag. But if... Shan Liuzi sighed, I bet that's what he's thinking. Juzian's sword cultivators wouldn't think so, but... What a hooligan's method. Standing in front of the Tao source and speaking again, it's as if the reason in this world is his sword vein. If these two heaven's chosen people stood in front of him and said this, what do you think he would do? Primeval young god shook his head speechlessly. First of all, the two heaven's chosen people don't have the brains. Secondly, before they could say anything, the flying sword would have already come over. When the hands don't work, they use their mouths. When the mouth doesn't work, they use their hands. What should we do? Chapter 12:19. Guangchang felt that he couldn't continue thinking about it. If he did, it would be like what the swordsman said. He would have to learn from the ancient cultivators, where the three of them poured wine together to comprehend impermanence. It wasn't like turning enemies into friends. It was like living a carefree life. Even if there were thousands of people around, they would still do as they please. This was no longer the environment for ancient cultivators. Why are you King doing this? If you were in Juzian and they were the ones saying these words, how would you King choose? You can't be such a hooligan. Moreover, he realized that the dead tree next to him seemed to be thinking too much. In this regard, the Buddhist heart was usually firmer than the Taoist heart. He didn't say much. It was useless to say anything now. He rushed forward and twisted his hand on his own head. His head was already in his hand. This was not suicide, but the most miraculous of his 9 guardian gods, the guardian god of head snatching. Head holding was an attitude. It was a bit like the military saying, if you don't succeed, you'll bring your head to me. In fact, it was a buff to himself. In this state, he could use the abilities of the other 8 guardians at will, and the power would be much higher. However, the price he had to pay was that if he didn't succeed, he would never be able to put his head back. His guardians head holding, blood holding, and clean holding. The difference was that if he first transformed into a guardian and then head holding, it would be clean holding. This state would last for a long time, up to tens or hundreds of years. As long as the target died, he would be able to put his head back. However, this kind of head holding had a limited effect on the battle, about 20% to 30%. Blood holding was just like what he was doing now. He would twist his head on his real body and then transform into a guardian. This state could increase his strength by at least 50%. The price was that he only had 2 hours. Once the 2 hours were up, he would collapse and disappear without needing to be killed. He wanted to use this method to tell the dead tree, I've done what we discussed. What about you? Seeing that Guangchang acted as promised, the dead tree sighed in his heart. He abandoned his selfish thoughts and pointed his hand. The thundercloud was about to form, but he didn't have the chance to strike because the swordsman, who kept talking about the ancient cultivators, had already swept up the flying swords in the sky. Words were words, actions were actions. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't going to give them a chance to strike after he finished his lecture. What face? What state of mind? What ancient cultivation? His life was more important. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them came together. Thunder rumbled and the sword chi was like a river. Under the main theme, the guardians of Guangchang appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Owls, live snakes, lion beasts, pestles, and Buddhist swords came and went. Life and death often happened in the blink of an eye, and changes were often unexpected. This was the most intense battle, but it was also the most interesting battle. Because the 3 of them were all good at evading, those with poor eyesight would not be able to keep up with their rhythm, let alone understand their tactics. There was only one word to describe it, and that was it. Without a defense-type cultivator, everything was happening at an extremely fast pace. Attacks were often unable to be used to their fullest potential. Once they saw that they weren't doing well, they would immediately change. Once they attacked, they would immediately withdraw, and once they touched, they would disperse. It was a competition of foundations and even more so, a competition of performance. Most importantly, It was the limit of judgment in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Here, plans simply couldn't keep up with changes. Everything was purely based on instinct, based on hundreds and thousands of years of experience. As they subconsciously executed their moves, each of them condensed their profound understanding of battle. It had to be said that from a technical level alone, this was Lu Xiaoyi's most hearty battle in the past 1,000 years of cultivation. It was the strength of the opponents, the evenness of the opponents, and the uncertainty of everything. He liked this kind of decisive battle, and the other two were also good at it. Only when the three of them went all out, the true essence of the battle was quietly unveiled. In the eyes of the tens of thousands of spectators, how many of them shook their heads and sighed, how many of them felt ashamed of their inferiority, and how many of them set new goals for themselves. This was a benchmark. If you couldn't reach this level, don't call yourself a strong expert. There was no trump card, because every move was a trump card. There was no holding back, because in the next moment, you might be powerless forever. There was no conspiracy, because the extremely fast pace of the battle instinctively made your mind unable to focus on other aspect. There was no mutual destruction, because every time it happened, it would be mutual destruction. Lu Xiaoyi's pre-battle mentality was shaken, but it was useless in the face of life and death. How could a top-notch Yuanying still consider such nonsense at this time? Everything was instinctive, a killing intent hidden deep in the human soul. It was a pure desire to battle. It was a desire to indulge in everything and only seek pleasure. This rhythm became faster and faster, just like the strings of a zither getting faster and faster. In the end, whoever couldn't hold on would die. Injury? This was a question that didn't need to be considered at all, because everyone was injured. Exchanging injury for life was the norm, and exchanging life for life was also normal. Everyone knew that if they didn't fight, they would die. There was no such thing as a soft-hearted person here. This was a stage for people of their level. Black Star was dazzled. Towards this senior brother, well, before he came, he was still a junior brother. He had always felt that this person was too strange and wasn't on the right path. But now, he understood. Previously, he seemed to be scheming a lot, but it was only because he hadn't met his match that he was lazy. With the strength that Single-Ear had displayed, it wasn't wrong for him to call him senior brother. In fact, he could even be his martial uncle. His worry had never stopped since the beginning, and now, it was getting deeper and deeper, to the point that he couldn't help but open his mouth. Martial uncle, if they fight like this, won't there be too many coincidences? Chong Di's expression didn't change. Cultivation is something formed by too many coincidences. Without coincidences, there is no cultivation. In a battle, you have to look at the essence. What is the essence of their battle? Can you see it? Black Star was stunned. Essence. Sword. Lightning. Buddha. Cultivation. Tao realm. None of them. Chong Di smiled. He was really not worried, because everything was going according to the swordsman's rhythm. In such a battle, everything else is secondary. The most important thing is willpower. Without a battle heart that has been tempered, you won't be able to hold on for long. It's not something that can be done with hot-bloodedness. The foundation of willpower is the spirit. It's not about the strength of your spirit, but the refinement. It's like an old vine, tenacious within. Yu Chang nodded. He was even more direct. Among the three of them, Guang Chang's fighting style is the most hot-blooded. This doesn't seem to be in line with what Buddhists have always pursued. It's not what it looks like, and it can't last long. I think he'll be the first to give up. Kumu, this person's lightning technique is very impressive. Many perfected lords can't do it. He's not just hot-bloodedness. In such a battle, he knows how to restrain himself because he's worried. What's so scary about a worried lightning cultivator? Lightning techniques should be hot-blooded in the first place. Look at your senior brother. He's just acting. He looks like he's going to charge forward bravely, but he's actually very calm from the start. He's not hot-blooded or numb. He's not rash or reserved. That's because such a battle is the most ordinary way of fighting for a swordsman. When you're already used to fighting like this, what's there to be excited about? It's just one of the countless times you'll die. The excitement on his face was just to make his opponents excited as well. You have to know that excitement can't last long. There's bound to be a moment of weakness. Chapter 12:20. The young gods of Heaven's choice had different opinions. A young god who knew him well secretly sent a message. Senior brother Pang, it seems that the gathering of providence from the 9 reduced square matrix technique didn't completely appear in the battle. Senior brother Pang sighed. Yes. This swordsman is also a capable person. He couldn't resist the matrix technique, so he simply merged his providence with his opponents. This way, everyone will be on par and no one will be able to take advantage of the other. It's a very clever method. The young god was surprised. How did he know that the Heaven's Choice Association used the matrix technique? Senior brother Pang snorted. Of course he didn't. But such a smart cultivator, if he couldn't see through the obvious providence bias in the previous few times, then he doesn't deserve to stand here. Why do you think he said those words before the battle? Ancient cultivation, state of mind, sharing, and going forward despite millions of people are all nonsense. He used those words to temporarily shake his opponent's mind. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough for him to merge his providence with his opponent. The fusion of providence requires a prerequisite, and the prerequisite is that both sides have reached an agreement on a certain point of view. Therefore, I dare say that the two of us, the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Heaven's chosen stage, were shaken when we heard his *T. Even if we reacted immediately, it was already too late. The young god was a little speechless. This guy is too cunning, isn't he? Senior brother Pang sighed. I'm afraid that this hooligan is cultured. The young god was silent for a moment. There is such a person in Juzian, and his sword vein is unfathomable. Senior brother Pang sneered. Juzian sword cultivator my ass. How could a cultivation soil like the immortal of Ju upper realm nurture such a person? Only fertile soil produces grain, and sand only produces melons. The young god's eyes lit up. Senior brother, then Senior brother Pang shook his head. We don't know anything. Don't worry about him. This is a big problem, and it's inauspicious to touch him. This kind of person is best left to Juzian and the others to deal with. Why are we acting recklessly? Don't let us get our hands dirty when the time comes. The high-intensity battle continued for several minutes, but there were still no signs of it slowing down. Even if someone wanted to slow down, the frenzied river of swords would not cooperate at all. It was as if the battle had only just begun. When someone was still immersed in this crazy rhythm, the other two had no choice but to follow closely, not daring to relax in the slightest. Guangchang and Dead Tree could also choose to leave temporarily and come back after some rest. However, if they did that, the previous battle would be meaningless. Moreover, with Guangchang's victory, there was no reason for him to relax. His face might belong to others, but his head was his. Therefore, they continued, and some of them couldn't keep up with the pace. The sword light was still berserk, but the calmness displayed in the midst of the berserk was the most terrifying. Everyone was an expert, but there were professionals and amateurs among them. For example, in Guangchang, how many times had he fought with his head on the line? Unlike a certain someone, who had been in this rhythm ever since he picked up the sword. This was the biggest difference between them. Some people were pretending to be iron-blooded, while some people were iron-blooded by instinct. After a period of intense clashes, the differences between the two sides finally began to show. Lu Xiaoyi had no intention of holding back. From the beginning, he had made it clear that he didn't mind sharing. However, since he didn't want to give face, he wouldn't ask again. Yuanian cultivators should be responsible for their own choices. Guangchang Bodhisattva began to exert his strength again. This time, it was different from the beginning. This time, he was fighting with his life on the line. He had no choice but to fight because he only had 2 hours left. Now, there was less than half an hour left. There wasn't much time left for him. Relatively speaking, Dead Tree was different from him. The differences between Buddhism and Taoism were gradually revealed after a period of intense fighting. Just like the persistence in the bones of Buddhism, the Buddha's body was ignited. The Taoist's nature was to go with the flow and not fight against the general trend. Moreover, Dead Tree didn't think that fighting with his life on the line was meaningful. He had already fought with his life on the line and used all his means. What was the point of repeating it again? He would only leave more loopholes in front of the swordsman. After all, a battle between cultivators required their own strength as the foundation. It wasn't something that could be resolved by clenching one's teeth. If one's strength wasn't up to par, there was no point in clenching one's teeth. His current awkwardness was that he had no way of retreating. He didn't even know where to hide. The monk didn't need to think anymore. There was no place for him to hide. However, he actually had more choices. Only after the battle did he understand the value of the swordsman's first few sentences. Dead Tree was still cooperating, just like before. However, there were some subtle changes in his cooperation now. He was more concerned about his own safety in his actions, instead of being hot-blooded and brainless. It looked like he was accompanying the monk on his last journey. It was a little tragic, a little helpless. However, if one wanted to fight against the general trend, this seemed to be the inevitable outcome. If they had changed the scene, the environment, and the atmosphere, the two of them wouldn't have come looking for trouble with the swordsman. After several battles, they were well aware of the level of each other. In cultivation, the most taboo thing was to force things. The result wouldn't be good, just like now. At their level, the so-called backup plan, the so-called comeback, and the so-called fighting to survive from the jaws of death were nothing but jokes made by the ignorant. They would never be careless. A truly powerful cultivator would never be careless, let alone this cold-blooded swordsman. Guangchang's life on the line began to repeat itself. After all, a person's energy was limited, and their trump cards were limited as well. It was impossible to come up with new ideas all the time. It would only become more and more repetitive. When you started to repeat your so-called life on the line technique, the opponent would be able to predict your moves first. Naturally, an opportunity would appear, and the swordsman was the best at seizing opportunities. His injuries were worsening. Even with the 9 statues' guardian gods, they were still on the same level. They weren't true gods, so they couldn't be hurt. His head was bleeding less and less. When the blood ran out, it would be the end of his life. The monk should be grateful to the swordsman. If the swordsman had escaped to buy time, he wouldn't even have the chance to struggle. At the very least, the swordsman had provided him with a chance to vent his anger. Withered Tree saw everything clearly from the side. From the beginning to the end, it didn't escape his eyes. He had made the wrong choice from the start, and the result was still a mistake. This was the consequence of going against the trend. He suddenly felt that the sword cultivator's words were very reasonable. Although it was a little shameless, as a cultivator, he should have this ability. He had to learn to use the great principles and the demeanor of an ancient cultivator to find a way out for himself. There were also various ways to be cowardly, and some of them were even very high and mighty. While he was distracted, the Bodhisattva of Guangchang walked to the end. He just watched quietly. It was a pity, but that was all. Chapter 1221. Lu Xiaoyi was also heavily injured, but no one dared to doubt his current combat power. An injured swordsman was even scarier. This was no joke. He stopped attacking, and Kumu also slowly retreated. He finally decided to act according to a cultivator's instinct. Even if another cultivator from Heaven's Choice won against Shang Yuan, their combined strength would still be no match for the swordsman. This was not the rhythm of the battle. Moreover, how could they win? He did not go far. Since the swordsman continued to occupy the source of the way, he would not run away. This was a cultivator's sense of propriety. Not long after, a determined aura flew over. Shang Yuan was not in a hurry. However, the scene in front of him still surprised him. He did not expect the swordsman to have settled everything before he arrived. He looked at Kumu not far away. Senior Shan, congratulations on occupying the source of the way. I have been advancing alone. What advice do you have for me? Among the 9 cultivators, there was no difference in status. However, at the end of the battle, everyone knew who contributed the most. Thus, there was no need to say much about who was in charge. Shang Yuan had killed 3 cultivators from Heaven's Choice along the way, but he did not meet any of the top cultivators. Ku Mu, Guangchang, Ta Luo. Of course, he knew who killed these people. Thus, his words implied that as long as Lu Xiaoyi did not go overboard, he would say whatever he wanted. This was the way to get along with each other. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Heaven's Choice only has Ku Mu left. He is powerless to reverse the situation. I will not go overboard. What do you think, Senior Shan? Shang Yuan smiled. If he could discuss, he was a partner. Leaving a way out for the great Tao is what cultivators of my generation should do. Why don't we invite him to sit down together? He was also a profound person. Ku Mu did not refuse. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, there was no risk. He had missed the first time, so he should not miss the second time. In a battle of Tao, if you did not understand what it meant, then you could only walk the path to the end. Cultivation, on the other hand, was an art of compromise. Not only were they tired of fighting and uninterested, even the audience was tired of watching. Now, they needed something new to make up for it. For example, a family of cultivators. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't be ruthless enough to kill the last one, and so would Shang Yuan. The dead tree also finally reacted. The competition between the positive and negative spaces had already ended. After the fight, it was time to show the concept of the positive and negative spaces as a family. No matter how hypocritical this was, it was a proper cultivation practice. Therefore, of course, they had to sit together. This was not shameful. Who would dare to say that he was shameful to be able to stand until now? Unfortunately, Guangchang did not understand this logic. Outside the space of the Tao tablet, the young gods of both sides stood up in tacit understanding. They paid their respects from afar and joined their arms in joy. This kind of result was acceptable. After all, leaving behind too many seeds of hatred was something that neither side wanted to see. What they wanted was mutual respect and recognition, not hostility. Zhuxian is indeed the #1 cultivation realm in the main world. My heavenly selection is far inferior to yours. Senior brother Pang was unusually sincere. Only one branch. The rest are mediocre, small skirmishes. How can it represent the strength of the whole? The heavenly selection continent is full of heroes, each outstanding in their own way. In terms of the whole, Zhuxian is far inferior. Xian Liuzi was very modest. The two laughed loudly and raised their cups together, indicating to the tens of thousands of heavenly selection cultivators. Below, there was also a timely round of applause. This was etiquette. You could ignore it, you could disdain it in your heart, but you could not show it. Otherwise, you would be slapping the big shots in the face, and there would be consequences. The future development of the heavenly selection and Zhuxian's relationship depended on this diplomatic trip, but it also depended on this diplomatic trip. Both sides were constantly in contact with each other, learning each other's secrets. As for the final decision, how could it be decided by a group battle between Yuanian cultivators? It was just an appetizer before the main meal. In fact, from the beginning, there were such signs. The Yuanian cultivators fought fiercely, but the Supremes played it down. What did this in itself mean? It meant that it would not end well. Inside the Tao tablet space, Lu Xiaoyi felt that the Tao source of the impermanence Tao tablet was about to collapse. He turned to the other two. I still say the same thing about Epiphany. It's not a material object, so why should we enjoy it alone? If tens of thousands of people see the three of us eating alone, the future walking heavenly selection will be smacked with a brick. So, instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it in a group. Why don't we use the three of our names to invite those who are interested to share it? It's up to whoever gets the epiphany. Without the foundation of this epiphany, you'll be the only one who can't get the epiphany. Shang Yuan said calmly, good idea. My Zhuxian cultivators came with the desire for peace. We'll make friends, progress together, and improve together. The past is a new era, but it's not for each other. Shang Yuan is untalented, but I'm willing to invite fellow Taoists with senior brother. Daoist Kumu sighed in his heart. This swordsman, he couldn't be hostile. Strength was secondary. If he cultivated diligently, there was still a chance to catch up. But this person's wisdom was truly unrivaled. In any case, it was him. Whether he lived or died, he was justified. He killed people without karma, and he even left people applauding him. Look at him. He was truly a street gangster, and you couldn't refuse him. Otherwise, you'd be condemned by everyone. He also stood up and said heroically, "It's my wish. I don't dare to ask you." The three of them stood up and formed a circle. They bowed deeply to the tens of thousands of onlookers outside the space. It was like a New Year's play in a remote village. After the play was over, regardless of whether they were red or white faces, clowns or scholars, they all had to stand together and thank everyone for their support. Amidst the noise, Lu Xiaoyi raised his magic power and made the stone tremble. Heaven's chosen deadwood, Juzian Shang Yuan Shang Yuan Shang Yuan Shang Yuan, sincerely invites all friends to enter the Tao steely space together to experience impermanence. The gifts of the Tao of heaven belong to those who are virtuous. The encounters of humanity belong to those who are fated to share. In this flourishing world, we wish all fellow Taoists, regardless of the positive or negative space, and regardless of their realm, longevity. We only wish for the prosperity of human cultivation and the prosperity of the cultivation of the universe. We sincerely invite you. The deadwood beside him sighed. He even put his name at the beginning. Although he was indeed the master, it wasn't good to shift the blame like this, right? He finally understood that this swordsman was a slippery person. What he liked most was to push others to the front after causing trouble, while he himself pretended that nothing had happened. But there was nothing he could do. Just by looking at the cheers of the cultivators outside, he knew how popular this proposal was. After enjoying the feast of the eyes, he could have some practical epiphany. Was there anything better than this? As for the killings in the past, except for a few close friends who had died, who would deliberately remember? In the cultivation world, which day didn't people die? Even if there wasn't the killing of the Tao steely space, there were other forms of killing. This was a battle of Tao, not involving cause and effect. In the end, they even shared the precious epiphany opportunity with everyone. Even the most vengeful people had to give these two Juzian people a thumbs up. The young gods didn't say anything. For some reason, some bold and impatient people went in first. As soon as there was a beginning, there was immediately a follow-up. When tens of thousands of people squeezed in, not to mention young gods, even half immortals couldn't stop them. Chapter 1222. This might be the first scene of epiphany in history. Although there were many people, they all knew the rules. After all, they were all at least Yuaniing realm cultivators. They knew when they could cause trouble and when they had to follow the rules. If they tried to cause trouble now, they would immediately be beaten to ashes. Therefore, with the Tao source at the center, Lu Xiaoyi, and the other two at the center, a human ball formed by tens of thousands of people crowded together. They were afraid that if they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the last essence of the impermanence realm. There weren't many people left outside, including those who fought in the first two rounds, Juzian and Yuaniing. They were actually the fastest to enter. Shouldn't they get some benefits after working so hard? The people left outside were basically all perfected monarchs, and they were still a little hesitant. Xian Liuzi laughed dryly. He did not avoid the topic of Heaven's choice and said to the person behind him, "Since it's a gift from the Master of Heaven's choice, you all can do as you wish." After he said that, most of the Juzian perfected monarchs also ran in. There were also a few who didn't feel anything about the impermanence great Tao. Senior brother Pang also said to the people behind him, "In Heaven's choice, we are the masters. But in the space of the impermanence Tao tablet, cultivators from Juzian are the masters. Don't be embarrassed. Whether it's soup or bones, you have to taste it to know." Many perfected monarchs also ran in, but there was one thing. None of the young god perfected monarchs moved. This wasn't because they were respecting their status, but because there was really no need to. Xian Liuzi was secretly stabbed by senior brother Pang, but he was not angry. His expression was normal as he mocked himself. He said self-deprecatingly, "The juniors nowadays are amazing. We seniors set up the stage, but they let the little ones perform. They didn't even ask for permission in advance. They have no rules at all. When we go back, we must punish them." His words were obviously dissatisfied, but in fact, he was protecting them. In this way, Heaven's Choice couldn't lose face. As for the punishment when they went back, the emperor was far away. Who knew? Senior brother Pang waved his hand. Only disciples with their own opinions are promising. The fact that your region has such a talent is a sign of great prosperity. If it were me, I wouldn't even have time to reward him. From this, we can see the depth of Zhuxian's talents. It is a blessing for the cultivation world to have such a peace-loving domain like yours. Shan Liuzi shook his head repeatedly, a black sheep, an unruly disciple. Within the domain, he had also caused everyone to be restless. It's not that I have my own opinions, it's just that I'm a loose cultivator and am used to being wild. I have to thank fellow Taoists Heaven's Choice for being tolerant. The two of them were empty against empty, empty against empty. None of them spoke the truth. Time passed. Gradually, the space of the impermanence Tao tablet began to rapidly collapse. From faintly discernible, it became visible to the naked eye, and finally, a large area collapse. Most of the cultivators squeezed inside were waiting silently. Silence should be the main theme at this moment. However, there were also some who could not keep their mouths shut. If it were anyone else, they would have been scolded to keep quiet. However, this person was different. He was the host. 10,000 people comprehending at the same time. What a grand scene. After this, the harmony between the positive and negative spaces has increased. As the days of cultivation go on, people become distant. Fellow Daoist Kumu, how many years has it been since you've been in close contact with someone like this? The one who spoke was the swordsman. Kumu had no choice but to answer, although he actually wanted to be like everyone else, calmly waiting. To be honest, ever since I established my Tao foundation, I haven't been close to anyone. Even my family and friends often remain within the range of the thunder. This is a good habit for survival, but it's not necessarily a good habit for cultivation. If people no longer trust each other, this is also a disaster for cultivation. This was a good answer. Lu Xiaoyi appreciated this very much. This Lei Mengsha had killed many people in the space, but this should not be a reason for hatred. If this was really the case, then the most hated person in the space should be him, Lu Xiaoyi. When I was young and had yet to enter the Tao, my hometown was good for bathing. There was a hot spring. Men and women entered in shabby clothes. Under the steam of the spring water, they faced each other naked. There was no separation between them, as if the distance between people was much closer. Later on, I understood that it wasn't a matter of wearing clothes or not, but that when everyone faced each other in the primitive times, naturally, some things were no longer there. Status, wealth, distance, gratitude and grudges. This layer of clothes is not easy to get rid of. Because there will always be people who wrap themselves in ice, but if you don't let go of yourself, how can you let enlightenment take over your body? I see that among the 100 people here, 99% of them are wearing clothes. Since you are wearing clothes, why did you come here? People choose enlightenment, and enlightenment also chooses people. If tens of thousands of people were enlightened at the same time, the flower of Tao would appear. In the future, it would be a grand event in history. Otherwise, it would just be a private enlightenment, not the Tao. Lu Xiaoyi's words resonated with many people. Although there were tens of thousands of people gathered here, if this was the case, the number of people who could comprehend the impermanence Tao would be very limited. This involved many factors, including one's own internal factors, and also external factors. If there were too many people, they would disturb each other, which was also a very important reason. Therefore, when the cultivators of the distant past gave lectures, after several years or dozens of years, there would be a phenomenon, and the Tao would appear. In fact, It was because the audience and the host had reached a resonance. Everyone comprehended the Tao together, and this was the flower of Tao. This was the essence of Tao. Of course, no one was giving a lecture right now, but this was the final radiance of the Tao source. If everyone could trust each other, put aside their differences, let go of their grudges, and let go of their grudges, their minds would be purer and they would be more unified. Then, they might be able to form the flower of Tao. There was always a direction, a goal. If the flower of Tao really did form, it would help everyone increase exponentially. Only then would it truly be worthy of an epiphany. As soon as these words were spoken, Dead Tree was filled with deep veneration. Fellow Daoist, you speak too highly. I, Dead Tree, am insignificant. I cannot control others, but I can control myself. He did as he said. He removed all defenses and no longer thought about counterattacking after being attacked. He didn't worry about whether or not someone had ulterior motives. In terms of actions and mentality, he completely emptied himself, as if he were at his own mountain gate, his own cave dwelling. Shang Yuan also bowed deeply. Senior apprentice brother, I am inferior to a true Daoist. I will follow your lead and accomplish a magnificent feat together. They were all cultivators who had attained the Tao. There were some words that didn't need to be said. They all understood in their hearts and knew how to make a choice. There were those who followed, those who showed selflessness, and those who were impulsive. Gradually, when the majority of the cultivators shed the layer of clothing covering their hearts, there were still a few who didn't take it seriously and were vigilant. When they saw the strange gazes of people they didn't know looking at them, they had no choice but to let go of their guard. Following the crowd was a very important quality for humans. If it was used in the wrong place, it could bring disaster to the world. If it was used in the right place, it could move the hearts of the people. In this kind of situation, the gazes of the people around them could really kill. When the tens of thousands of cultivators tore away the layer of barriers and exposed themselves to each other, unknowingly, some kind of special change occurred in the dark. The return of the Tao source, the epiphany was coming. Chapter 12:23. This should have been the final radiance of an ordinary Tao tablet before it was annihilated, but because of Lu Xiaoyi's words, it was different. It didn't mean that every time tens of thousands of people did this, there would be a difference. But if no one had done this before, it would have been impossible for there to be such a coincidence. The harmony of the positive and negative space cultivators was the first time in millions of years that something could have happened. This was the magic of the Tao. It really was a flower that bloomed in every cultivator's heart. The leaves were divided into yin and yang, the roots of the 5 elements. The inside was divided into chaos, the creation of good fortune. Space was unbound, time flowed. Karma entangled one's body, the impermanence of samsara. Destiny was entrusted, the beginning of morality. Beneath the thunder, the origin of nirvana. Ethereal, nirvana rebirth. It played out all kinds of pre-celestial Taos, but the roots were impermanence. It seemed like only an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years had passed. The flowers bloomed, and the flowers bloomed. The Tao tablet's remnant essence was long gone. Everyone's gains were in their hearts. It wasn't something to be compared. If you thought it was worth it, then it was worth it. After a long time, a cultivator regained his composure. He deeply bowed towards the center of the crowd and floated away. He didn't wait for the sun god to speak, nor did he wait for the event to end. His interest had been exhausted, and he had to leave. Senior apprentice brother Pang pretended to be jealous. Fellow Daoist, I think that the seat of heaven's choice should be given to you, Juzian. You killed people and still retracted your heart. You really didn't leave any leeway for others. Xian Liuzi bitterly smiled. If he was a true monarch, I would have stopped him. But it's just a trifling yuanying, right? Young people don't understand. But fellow Daoist shouldn't blame him. He killed too many people in the Tao tablet space and was afraid of being remembered. That's why he did this, right? In fact, his cultivation is still too low. Rather than trying to win people's hearts in the space, it's better to obediently listen to your teachings in front of fellow Daoist. I'm afraid it's more practical. Senior apprentice Brother Pang smiled. Fellow Daoist, you don't need to provoke me. My heaven's choice is so great that it's not something an ordinary person can imagine. How could I do such an unbearable thing for some yuaniying? Come, the competition is over. It's time for the banquet. Just as that little cultivator said, friendship comes first and competition comes second. Now that the competition is over, it's time for us to catch up. The perfected sovereigns were having a big gathering, while the yuaniying below were having a small gathering. Of course, the tens of thousands of spectators had already left. Those who stayed behind to accompany them were the direct descendants of the central young god. The situation was rather awkward. It wasn't like the battle between true monarchs where no one died, and everyone kept their dignity. In the yuaniying class, everyone had suffered heavy casualties. Juzian aside, only 11 of the 27 yuaniying were still alive. Most of the yuaniying of the Heaven's Choice had something to do with the cultivators who had died in battle. After all, the main ones who stood out were the countries that these young gods belonged to. It could be said that these two groups of people were mortal enemies that could not be forgiven. Trying to completely erase this grudge with just the appearance of the Tao flower was underestimating the memory of humans. Therefore, they all sat upright and were clearly divided. They all knew that now wasn't the time to settle scores, and they really couldn't bring themselves to talk to each other. Therefore, they all talked among themselves to get rid of this awkward situation. Before coming, Lu Xiaoyi was just one of the 27 yuaniying. But now, he had become the center of yuaniying. Everyone wanted to know what had happened in the Tao tablet space. How did Zhu Xian's fellow disciples die? Some things could be said, and some things could not be said. For example, the matter of Liu Yi couldn't be said. Tarot couldn't represent all the people of the Heaven's Choice. He had to be clear about this. Every world had people who didn't know how to cross the line. As the general situation became more and more chaotic, there would be more and more people like this. The last thing he should do was to label them and tell them where they came from. Being black-bellied was a dangerous tendency. In his heart, he was still thinking about what he had gained this time. There was no need to talk about the purple clear. It was a great harvest. Close to 10,000 strands of purple clear was enough for him to do something. At least he didn't have to think about going to the universe to gather spiritual opportunity. This was a kind of torture for him. The key was still the impermanence Tao. Because of the appearance of the Tao flower, he had obtained what he wanted. In terms of swordsmanship, he was never inferior to anyone. This was the confidence of nearly 1,000 years. There was no doubt. But in terms of the Tao realm, it was a little difficult to achieve success in all 36 carnate Taos at the same time. He might be a genius, but he was only a genius in swordsmanship. He wasn't a genius in all aspect. In terms of the Tao realm, he had already mastered 6. The 5 elements: massacre, merit, destiny, taishu, and stars. Among the cultivators of the yuaniying level, he was a rare existence. But this didn't mean that he was a genius in the Tao realm. It was just a coincidence, his own hard work, and the spur of his nascent soul. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators at that time, in terms of preparation for the impermanence Tao, he was definitely one of the most well-prepared. But if one considered the different treatment for each person, he might not be among the luckiest few. He had a clear understanding of this. The cultivation world was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In terms of battle, he could surpass everyone. But in terms of Tao realm, he didn't know his own limits. He was blindly arrogant and full of himself. He had been able to walk until now because he had never been full of himself. He always took one step at a time and reflected on himself from time to time. That was why he had the Tao flower's suggestion. It was just a flash of inspiration, but he felt that it would definitely succeed. Because of all the coincidences, he only needed to go with the flow. This was a very precious quality of a cultivator. He knew what to do at the right time. He didn't have to do it deliberately. When all the factors came together, he only needed to give it a little push in that direction. The right time, the right place, the right people, they all had it. He didn't care what others obtained, and no one would talk to you about these things. The same Tao flower of impermanence was different in everyone's eyes. Some saw it as a rose, some as a peony, and some as a dog's tail flower that couldn't die. Only when the flowers were dazzling could the grass not have horses' hooves. In his eyes, impermanence was his impermanence. It was his deep understanding of changes in his nearly 1,000 years of cultivation. It was the summary of the experiences of many predecessors and elders. It was the daily analysis and understanding of the fragments of the impermanence Tao in his sea of consciousness. Finally, there was the Tao flower here. It formed the impermanence Tao that was only for him. He believed that very few people valued impermanence as much as he did, because they didn't understand the significance of impermanence in battle. Just like what he used in his final battle with Ku Mu and Guangchang, it was actually a variant of impermanence. It was just that a Tao realm like impermanence would never be directly displayed. It wouldn't allow him to escape faster, nor would it make his flying sword sharper. But in the battle between the three of them, he, who had a certain foundation of impermanence, easily had the last laugh. Ku Mu definitely didn't understand. His defeat was somewhat inexplicable, and he didn't know what to do. This was impermanence. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.